Chapter 1902. She was not in the Dark Age at all. She appeared in an earlier mythological era and had temporarily ended the karmic entanglement with him. Because he died without knowing why, the karmic entanglement with him was forcibly cut off, even if it was only temporarily. Furthermore, he did not have this part of memory. This was probably the so-called ending before it began. The next time they met was already in the ancient era. Ah, no, that time did not count. Xian Yin herself said that she was not him. She roughly meant that he was not him in the ancient era. This was something that happened after the Dark Age ended. He could not say now, as he had not experienced it yet. He did not know what strange operation he did later on that caused him to not be himself in the reincarnation cycle. So what exactly happened to him back then that he died just like that? Even if he knew that he was the most unlucky person in the void, it would not be surprising if he died any time, anywhere, but he died without leaving behind any last words. That would not do. It was not like his style. Of course, it could also be that the storm of that era was too strong. His last words were cut off as soon as he screamed. Yes, that was very possible. It was normal to spit at the sky and end up smearing his own face. That was why his last words were probably only heard by himself. Ah, forget it. I don't want to care about it for the time being. Why are things in this world so messy and annoying? Can't you just give him a quick death? But I can't just ignore it. This matter is troublesome, really troublesome. Looking at the young man burying his face on the table in a daze and did not want to face life, and then looking at Xian Yin rubbing his head with one hand as if she was stroking a cat's fur. Ugh. The young man coughed dryly to divert his attention. But we never thought that Xian Yin would be related to you. We have also looked for the person who is related to her. Guess what? This mysterious way of speaking, it did not sound like a good thing. Yun Nuoxing was too lazy to use his brain to judge. This was definitely not good news. Just say it. Anyway, it's definitely not a good thing. That is indeed the case, but please cooperate. The young man shrugged and coughed dryly in our exploration and observation. Xian Yin does not seem to have her own karmic line. There's neither a karmic line that exists now, nor a karmic line that has ended. If we remove our karmic line, this line will entangle itself when she sees us, so it does not count. I am talking about the karmic line that exists before she sees us, other than us. Yun Nuoxing's cheeks twitched. Are you saying that you guys are a collection of troublemakers who will forcefully pull strings filled with endless trouble for others the moment you see them? The heavenly gods of origin. Gasp! They suddenly felt like this young man's words were very reasonable, and they couldn't refute him at all. What could they do? Cough, cough. Let's not talk about us first. Yun Nuoxing suddenly raised her head. Her pretty face was red from being hit by a brick, and her face was filled with resentment. No, I insist on saying it. You guys are a collection of super troublemakers. Ever since I encountered trouble related to you guys, I have become the #1 person in the void. Wherever I go, trouble follows. Even when I go outside, I am forced to become an intruder. Trespassers, you guys are all troublemakers. The heavenly gods of origin. Although they felt that this might have something to do with them, they couldn't help but feel that this was definitely not just related to them. This young man was also very unlucky to encounter something related to them and forcefully pull strings of unstable karmic lines, which was why he was so troubled. Judging from the current situation, this young man was most likely about to be suffocated by these tangled strings. Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes and let out a long sigh. All right, continue. The young man. He could still change the topic. To put it simply, when we saw that little girl, we did not discover anything or anyone related to her. It was as if she had appeared out of thin air. We also had many guesses, but the little girl was indeed immortal, and this was something that could not be disguised in front of us. Just look at yourself and you will understand. You thought that you had been a human for so many years, But in the end, when you stand in front of us, you know that you are just a non-human whose true form is unknown, an existence that can be plucked out of the void to form its own category. Yun Nuashing. Damn it, can you not drag me into this matter with Xian Yin for no reason? I am not a human, nor do I intend to be a god. I am so sorry. So, when I heard you say that you are Xian Yin's brother, even though I knew about this situation, I was very suspicious from the start. If it weren't for your half-dead and half-joking look, I might not have believed it. Yun Nuashing looked depressed and conflicted, her pretty face twisted like a walnut. So what kind of thing am I? In short, you are not a human. I said from the start that I am not a human. So, can you tell me something else? Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes. For example, you have confirmed that you were indeed active in the era when we were still alive, but not a single trace was left behind. The young man spread his hands helplessly. Judging from the current situation, Xian Yin is the last clue that hangs on your sense of existence, of having existed in the previous era. It is very weak but very strong. Things related to us will be forcibly solidified due to the influence of our overly powerful rules and order, so that their existence can continue to remain in the void. For example, thinking life form, have you heard of it? Yun Nuashing shook her head. I don't know. It sounds like it has something to do with thinking. There is such a life form in the void, a life form born from thoughts. It sounds a little inconceivable. It is indeed inconceivable. After all, the method of birth is also a marvel in the void. It is a type of illusory life form that exists in the collective imagination and thoughts. In other words, it is an existence constructed through imagination. Life forms that know of its existence know that it is an illusion and an illusory thing. To put it more bluntly, they all know that it is not a real existence, but merely an imagination in their minds, yet they let it continue to remain in their thoughts and thoughts. The young man took a sip of tea and paused for a moment. When he saw that the young man's expression changed slightly, he continued, "You can almost understand it now. Yes, it is an existence born from collective thought, but its sense of existence and existence are very weak because there is no rule in the void environment that life is born from the interweaving of thousands of thoughts. That is to say, thinking life form is also an existence that challenges the void rules. Its existence is in opposition to the void, and because the life that promotes its birth knows that its existence is illusory and delusional, the thought that binds it in turn, so its existence is very weak." Yun Nuashing frowned slightly and sighed in his heart. Countless lives have used their thoughts to create life, but because I know the cause and effect, I have taken away its existence. It's not hard to understand, but it's quite sad. It's another kind of life that challenges the rules of the void, and the result is probably self-evident. Such illusory life forms have their own activities as well, or they would not have been discovered by us. Moreover, such life forms are not particularly rare, at least not as rare as origin life forms. The young man waited for the young man's expression to relax slightly before he continued. Life is born from the interweaving of thousands of thoughts. Yes, there is no such rule, but it can be interfered with by humans. With the interweaving of thousands of thoughts as the foundation of the foundation, and other external forces as a higher level of force and cause and effect, it could construct a self or something. Higher life forms only need to give the thinking life form a stable meaning, and any higher life form could become the condition for a higher level. The thinking life form would find it difficult to maintain and strengthen its existence because its own existence has been denied by its own source, and all they need to do is replace the original source with a higher source. For higher life forms, such things are just as easy and difficult as drinking a cup of cold water. However, no matter how easy it is still an active skill, isn't it? But when it comes to us, the young man pointed at himself and then at the people around him. Yun Nuashing saw that they all turned their heads and could not help but ask, "Passive skill?" Yun Nuashing's thoughts rushed out like a flood. Don't tell me that all of you happened to come across a thinking life form and then solidified it into a tangible existence on the spot and suddenly popped up? The young man scratched his head. Oh, that child was the first-generation heir of my family's era. Although he fell in the war in the end, at least he had once lived. Yun Nuashing was speechless. All right, I got it. I totally got it. It's ridiculous. So, after going around in circles and using an example to explain your characteristics, Yun Nuashing rubbed her hands lightly. You want to say that because I am related to Xianin, and Xianin is related to you by karma, in turn, this karma also affects me. Is that what you mean? She nodded slightly. Yes. Yun Nuashing glanced at her. Her eyes were glittering as she continued thinking. Then, I at that time was a certain unknown inhuman object that was born in the void. Even if I was an intangible existence in that era, even if my existence was so weak that all traces of my existence would be completely erased by the void if I were accidentally killed, I would still be able to reestablish my connection to the void and other situations because of this reverse karma? The thin life form that was once denied was sensed by the void again and then dragged back. Yun Nuashing took a deep breath. By the way, this can also explain why I have no memory of that era at all, because my karma has been completely erased once. The life history at that time has been completely erased. It is so clean that it is equivalent to me never existing in the Great Yuan realm. It is only later that the connection was re-established. However, that is already a matter of this era. It has almost nothing to do with the previous era. Very well summed up. The young man clapped his hands, took a sip of tea, and said, Also, although it is said that I have been completely erased, it may not be completely true. After all, Xianin still remembers that she has a brother, although it is very vague. I guess that this faint karma impression is the most crucial reason for the subsequent impact. Oh, right, this is the new result of our communication 2 minutes ago. That's more or less it. Hey, don't put on such a strange expression. When things change step by step, when what is known and known is revised, the things that are related to it naturally need to be revised too, don't they? Furthermore, we are revising it on the spot. It doesn't take much effort. Yun Nuashing. Fine. Your understanding is the top of the order of the void. There is no way to refute that. He sighed and tugged at his hair and bangs. Then he suddenly raised his head. His movement was so loud that it startled the heavenly gods of origin. When they saw that his expression was becoming more and more outrageous, they were all stunned. Wait a minute. My meager existence has been forcibly solidified, and you're even reversing karma. Don't tell me that we've already been in, the young man exclaimed and waved his hand. That's not the case. Our passive skill has not reached the level of sprouting and spreading leaves. Furthermore, karma is something that would not be affected if it was shallow. As for you, it was only because you were Xianin's only karma at that time, and the extent of the involvement went deep into your soul, that you were affected. Furthermore, your relationship with us is definitely because you had taken a glance at her when we were preparing to charge into the chaotic void all those years ago, even if it is a karma that transcends time and space. Hiss! Yun Nuashing grimaced for a moment, before suddenly saying, Time. By the way, when did Xianin appear in your backyard? She quickly replied, the 37th or 38th era. Why is it at this time again? Yun Nuashing was dumbfounded when she heard this time. It seemed that many things had unfolded around this time. Damn it. Was this the turning point of fate, the kind of turning point where one fell into the abyss? The events of that era were either related to the 33rd or 34th era, or the 37th or 38th era. The former was the time when they charged into the chaos void and the all-out war broke out. The latter was the time when the underworld rebelled and joined the chaos void as reinforcements. Every time she thought of all these things happening at these 2 points in time, she felt a headache. So, I met your eyes in the 33rd era, and Xianin only passed by in the 37th era. Conservatively speaking, I might have died in the 37th era. Yun Nuoxing calculated the time until she became confused. Hiss! I met your eyes when I was still alive, separated by time and space, separated by yin and yang? What kind of ghost story is this? Am I seeing a ghost? That doesn't make sense, does it? Ah, this has to be said separately. It should be said that you met us in the 51st era and not in the 33rd era. After all, the youth clenched his left hand into a fist and rested it on his chin. Didn't you notice that the karmic line between you and us has always been in an illusory state? Even if there is a real connection, even if there is a real but illusory karma, in fact, we still do not have a real karmic connection. You only went to the ruins, saw the illusions of the past, picked up the relics we left behind in the void, and met the illusions we left behind in the broken land. Every change you made, every change in your actions under the influence of US can be explained as meeting our relics and obtaining some information, because only this part of the karmic connection is real and certain. The girl added softly, "We have never truly met, and you don't even know what we look like, do you? The karmic entanglement in the broken land is ultimately just a broken karmic connection. Before the day we truly meet comes, our conversation with you is a conversation that transcends dimensions. After all, there's no such thing as time in this broken land, and we and this place are just broken illusions. Even the reverse karmic connection we speak of is more accurately explained in this way. Our profound laws and order first affected Xianin, which then accumulated enough changes, and the little girl herself affected you, who once had a karmic connection with her. After all, there is still a part of the karmic connection between you two, and although that part is basically contained in the brother she kept calling, and there is no more to be found, that alone is enough. You see, although it may be due to our influence, the actual executors are not us. It is your dear sister who pulled you back from the realm of almost complete disappearance." Yun Nuoxing was stunned on the spot. Thinking about it carefully, that was indeed the case. They did not actually meet in a real sense. Everyone was just sitting and chatting in a broken land that had no connection with the real world through time. Well, actually, it could be seen that he was sitting in front of a grave and chatting with a group of people who had passed away. Normally, the people in the grave could not lift the coffin, but they were not normal. When he thought about it this way, he suddenly felt that it was reasonable. After all, he was just a person who came to pay respects. The living and the dead would naturally not have karmic entanglements that would only appear when they meet. At most, it was an entanglement between people and objects. The young man shuddered and looked at Lin Sheng's strange expression. He could not help but say, "I have a feeling that you seem to have some ideas that are not grounded, but are actually grounded in hell." Yun Nuoxing's face was full of seriousness. "I'm thinking about this stupid thing called facts, being pulled back by Xianin or something." Ha! Is he trying to say that an inadvertent act of kindness, he could not tell if it was a moment of kindness that led to him meeting Xianin, saved his life? I add this kind of saying. He did not intend to believe it, but reality was like this, wasn't it? According to his calculations, it was indeed because he had picked up the Xian that he did not die too thoroughly. Reality. Reality was a lousy show, lousy and indecent because anything could happen, and most of them were lousy things that exceeded one's expectations. Whatever it wanted to happen was up to it, and there was no need to follow logic at all, because the void itself had no logic to speak of, and the void could even destroy logic. All in all, he had to quickly sort out while his mind was still clear. He still did not know who he was, but he knew that he had died once and died very quickly. Perhaps it was because his sense of existence as a non-human being was weak, so he died quickly and was quickly digested by the void. Or perhaps he had met some kind of overly powerful being and was almost crushed into pieces. In the grand elemental realm, well, actually he had almost died once, but he had forcibly extended his life once. His existence had completely disappeared, leaving no trace behind. As for some kind of overly powerful being, such as the one from the chaos, is it related to the chaos concept bodies this time? Well, the grand elemental realm where he was almost killed by them is certainly possible, but not likely. The youth nodded slightly at the mention of the chaos concept bodies, half agreeing with his guess. It's possible because you were killed by them, and it's certainly possible that your cause and effect were scattered. But it's unlikely because back then we were monitoring every single chaos concept body, and not a single one was left out. Under such circumstances, if you were killed by a chaos concept body, then there's only one possibility. The chaos concept body had transformed the entire world group in one go. To ensure that we had never seen it, the killing could not have happened at close range, and could only have been accidentally killed by an area of effect attack. You're saying that I was accidentally killed? Such things happened every day in the void back then, but there was no such thing as accidentally. They were here to destroy the order of the void. The youth shook his head, and his eyes flickered. But in the 37th and 38th eras, the world group that was destroyed in one go, no. The voice came from her. She turned to look at him and the youth and said flatly, in the 37th and 38th eras, the underworld rebelled, and the defense lines were reorganized and contracted on a large scale. As a result, the defenses were strengthened, and we gained a brief period of false peace and time to move. At that time, there were still wars everywhere, but there was no large-scale collapse of the defense lines that led to the invasion of the world group. Yun Nuashing's face darkened at that. I'm more inclined to the idea that you missed out on the chaos concept bodies. Didn't you miss out on two back, then, when AI Hongyun was killed? That was true. After all, half of our forces were attacking the chaotic void, and the rear defense was barely holding on to the extent that it did not collapse. The youth spread his hands. But you didn't die then, did you? Even if we ignore the fact that your memory is blurry and you were pushing yourself. Xianyin was still immortal when she appeared in the 37th and 38th eras. She was not more than 1,000 years old. 1,000 is just a rough estimate, and I don't remember the exact situation. In reality, it was much younger, which is why we could more or less infer the time of your fall. By the 37th and 38th eras, we could be sure that there was not a single chaos concept body that was not under our eyes. The most important existence in the chaotic void, the enemy's general, and an existence equal to us. Do you think we would let such a thing escape our sight? Even if it was really out of our sight, it would only be when they had retreated to the chaotic void and had not stepped into the order of the void. The more Yin Nuashing pushed, the more confused he became. His mind was filled with, who the hell am I? What the hell happened to me? Where the hell did I die? There's not even a scrap left. First, he was paraded as a ghost on the streets before he died. Then he died without even dregs left behind. After that, the dregs were picked up and put together in a pile. Then they were sifted and put together so that they could still be used. He thought that he would be blessed after surviving a great disaster. He was not blessed, but he was convinced. He was convinced, he was really convinced. He was already shattered into dregs, yet he still had to encounter the worst thing in the void. And it was two of them. Conservatively speaking, when this era ended, he would have to split apart again. Damn it, he had cracked. Could he be any more miserable? So how did I die in the end? The young man shrugged. I don't know. You don't know much about this. You don't have any memories of this. It's already very good that you can piece together so many pieces of information to piece together this part of the truth. You have to figure out the rest by yourself. Yin Nuashing's face darkened. He pointed at himself and said, I'm a guy who almost died in the great Yuan realm. In the end, I was just a thing that barely survived after sifting through a layer of sifting. My memories and life history have been completely wiped out. You want me to figure it out with my head? Well, just wait. The young man waved his hand carelessly. Wait for time to pass. Wait for it to deliver everything related to you one day. Besides, you can go and find Xianyin. The little girl has already recovered the bits and pieces of her past when she entered the Premier Realm. The premise is that you can find where the residence is. By the way, we don't know where the residence is now. After all, it has drifted far away. Yun Nuoxing's expression changed several times. He frowned and heaved a sigh of relief. He shook his head and said, "Forget it. Aren't they still confronting them? For such an important matter, let's not disturb them for the time being. In the future, there will be opportunities in the future. If we can survive, let's wait for time to decide." Yun Nuoxing took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. Then his expression gradually became solemn. "So what exactly are them?" Chapter 1903. The existence of them had been tossed around many times when it was still just his conjecture. Now that he had obtained concrete evidence of them from the amalgamation of eyewitnesses and parties, then there were many things that were worth discussing again, and they were all related to them. Xianyin and her residents were assisting the seals left behind by the Origin heavenly gods to continue suppressing them. This was something that he did not expect, and he had no way of knowing. Really, if they did not tell him, perhaps he would not have known that there was a group of troublesome fellows behind the world of order until the end of this era, potential enemies. Don't mention that their seals were still maintained, and Xianyin was still helping to suppress them. Don't mention such foolish things, and don't have such beautiful thoughts. Everyone in the world of order was unreliable, including the Origin of order. He should be mentally prepared that them would come out when they charged into the underworld for the final battle. Then he should prepare the corresponding defenses and improvise. It's good to be vigilant in this regard. Those fellows do like to do things in the dark. The young man nodded approvingly, but he helplessly scratched his ears and did not know whether to laugh or cry. "But why do you have to emphasize that we're unreliable? There shouldn't be any order life forms in the world of order who are more reliable than us, right?" Yun Nuoxing glanced at him. "If you're reliable now, immediately, lift the coffin lid and jump out. The Origin, heavenly gods." This little fellow is just making things difficult for us. He knows that we can't be any more dead, and the coffin lid is tightly sealed. Yet he still wants us to lift the coffin lid and jump out. This is not doing sit-ups in a coffin lid. How can he do something so difficult? Let alone him. They also wanted to lift the coffin lid themselves and solve the unfinished business that they had left behind. But they could only think about it. "How about this? I'll lend you my body for a while. One of you can use my body to kill those bastards. If there's nothing to do, just do whatever you want. It's fine as long as the other party is dead. It doesn't matter whether I'm dead or not. All of the heavenly Origin gods." This little guy was a wolf-e, a true wolf-e. Looking at their silence, Yun Nuoxing knew what they were thinking. She rolled her eyes and changed the topic. "Then let's talk about something else. Look, the chaos left behind an underworld, a ghost thing that was suppressed but barely neutralized, and the concept bodies of chaos, especially the concept bodies of chaos. There are already 3 or 4 of them active. He had already exercised. Why don't you guys hurry up and get some exercise? Hong Kong is really hard to fight. I can't do anything to it." "Oh, if that's the case. Well, encountering a chaotic concept body is just a coincidence and an accident. You accidentally encountered it, so it's not inevitable. Furthermore, every chaotic concept body can't move around, so you don't have to be so nervous." The young man shrugged. Yun Nuoxing stared at him as if he was an idiot. "Do you think I should believe that?" The young man. "You guys should be more vigilant, just in case." Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes. Listen, this guy can't even be sure. Damn it, chaotic concept body, the origin of chaos. If a chaotic concept body really appeared out of nowhere, how were they supposed to deal with it? There will be a way. The young man coughed dryly and tried to salvage the situation. Look, both the staff of creation and the staff of origin are in your hands. Even if there is only one of each, it would be enough. Even if some strange accident happened over there and a few of them escaped, there would never be a whole bunch of them. I swear on my divine soul that at most 2 or 3 of them would escape. You just have to think of a way to trigger the staff of creation's full power attack and destroy it with a torrent of energy. You should be able to figure out how to trigger the full power of the staff of creation and the staff of origin. Yun Nuashing. Do you really think that I can hold the staff of origin in my left hand, the staff of creation in my right hand, and a divine weapon in each hand and take on 3 chaotic concept bodies alone? Boss, do you want to wash your eyes and see what level I am? Do you know how much pressure I'm under right now? Speaking of which, the pressure on me seems to have been increasing exponentially since a few eras ago. Just the fact that there's at least one peak yuansher in the underworld makes me so worried that I'm going bald. Now, you're talking about a few chaos concept bodies. I'm really, I'm going to kill myself. Forget it, I won't die. The gods of origin covered their faces and turned their heads away. To be honest, it's a little difficult indeed. Sigh. Even if AI Hongyun and the other kids worked together, they couldn't kill 3 chaotic concept bodies without paying a price. Although this little guy has gathered all their strength and is a little crazy, but his level is a little too low. It would be easy if he could enter the premier realm, but unfortunately it's not that easy. They spent a lot of time exploring, but in the end, they still couldn't find a way to help him enter the premier realm. The loss of the divinity carrier, the loss of the life course, is equivalent to losing a part of one's life, and it's not something that can be fixed easily. It's not as simple as tearing up an embroidered cloth and sewing it back to see if there are any flaws. This is directly burning the cloth to ashes, and it's been thrown out for a long time. Even if the ashes are picked up and sifted, they could only look at it. It's a bit of a headache. Yun Nuashing looked at them for a long time without saying anything, and then turned back to look at her. A certain tea-loving goddess, sitting next to him, saw him staring at her, and calmly turned her head away after a long while. Yes, she turned her head away. Don't pretend you didn't see it. Aren't you the second in command of the continent of origin? Shut up. Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes and spread her hands. Chaotic concept bodies. Phew, that's fine, barely. They keep talking to me about interesting things every day, and at least they won't stab me in the back. I'll think about how to deal with that lousy thing when the time comes. So, about the other group of things that are even more dangerous, what are they? You've already changed the topic twice or thrice. The youth scratched his head awkwardly and deliberately changed the topic, only to be pulled back again. That's actually hard to say. Phew, mainly because I don't want to say it. But if I have to say part of it, you just need to know that they're a bunch of ingrates. The girl sighed and spread her right hand as she spoke with a very helpless tone. Eating from a bowl while looking at the other side, even though they had inherited most of the legacy power that we had temporarily kept in a safe zone, they accidentally ran into a chaotic concept body that had come out for a stroll. After a small fight, they despised the fact that their power was not a match for the other side. Seeing that the other side's situation was better than ours, they tried every possible way to jump over, although they got what they wanted in the end. To put it simply, they think that other people's things are better than their own no matter what. Even if they fart, they would praise it as sweet and then run away. It's fine if they run away. We'll just treat it as a pet that we haven't tamed. It's not as long as 80 or 100 eras, and while it's hard work, it's just a little bit, so it's not particularly heartbreaking. But to have them stab you in the back after running away, it hurts a little. The youth spread his hands and sighed, slapping his forehead in distress. That's why I said when we hurriedly formed the void of order that the order life forms born in a false stability environment are not too reliable. The last wishes of billions of order life forms in chaos eras. She held the teacup with both hands and murmured very softly, That is the last wish of those life forms innumerable. It is the only wish of all life forms that had settled over 326 eras. At the time, you couldn't be so heartless as to abandon it, could you? That's right. That's right. The youth smiled bitterly and slapped his own head. After all, the wish of so many children, to see the world after the eternal war, to see a pure and peaceful world, ahem. You couldn't be heartless either, could you? No, I've cut it off. Still, even without the power I poured in, it still contains the power and inclination you all left behind. The outcome would not be reversed because of me. She looked up at them and said, "The void of order that has become an established reality does not have the blessing I left behind." Very well. As expected of you, you're calm in the face of danger. You cut it off when it's time. The war has never ended or vanished. As long as it's not over, there's no way to talk about wishes that are merely false conditions. Even if they were hastily realized, they would only be deceiving themselves and others. It's just a castle built of illusion and imagination that would crumble into dust at the slightest touch. Everything would fall into the abyss, either back to where it began or straight into the depths of the abyss. You all are, and so are they. She took a sip of tea and looked at the youth and the others who were lowering their heads. But just like how I didn't stop you before, she continued, that is your wish and the wish of countless others. I have no reason to stop it, which is why I didn't stop it. Even if I can agree, I won't deny it or complain. I'll just try to walk the path you all have chosen, but I can't hope for a perfect outcome. After all, it's not the most appropriate path I've chosen, and I can only do my best. Yun Nuashing sighed softly and shifted the teacup in front of her helplessly. Even though the outcome isn't that great. It's terrible. She nodded and was about to take a sip of tea when she suddenly put down the teacup and turned to look at her. What about you? Yun Nuashing was stunned. What about me? What do you think of the actions back then, or the void of order now? Yun Nuashing was stunned. She turned around and looked at her surroundings. After a moment, she looked up at the sky and fell into a daze. Of course there was an answer. Of course there was also a dilemma. Fake, impure, useless, and boring. Even though I can't rule out the fact that there are some things that are still acceptable, it doesn't stop me from wanting to cut it down. Boring, 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 boring. Yun Nuashing slowly lowered her head and twirled her hair in bangs. She frowned slightly. But I can't find a reason to do it. Maybe I have some concerns in my heart. Maybe. I have some concerns. Maybe I don't think it's that bad or boring. In short, I want to cut it down, and I think it's okay to keep it. These two reasons are the same, and there's no difference. Maybe the answer is that it doesn't matter. As for when you asked me about the formation of the void of order back then, well, even though I had my own way of thinking, I probably couldn't really do it in the end. In the end, I should just let nature take its course. Yun Nuashing let out a sigh. It was fine to just think about it, just like if we and the others, including everyone in the front line of the void, made the same decision to attack together. Even if he felt that it was inappropriate, he probably couldn't say anything. No, he would say it. After he said it, if there was no change, he might just rush up and do what he wanted to do, unless they could persuade him. Well, maybe not. This assumption was really troublesome. He still had to see what actually happened before he could make a judgment. If something really happened like 56 eras ago, he might have to give up on his own part of the factors and wait for whatever to happen. After all, there was nothing he could do to stop it at that time, right? The young man looked up. The light on his body flickered. Suddenly, he spoke with an inexplicable tone. You two are really the same. No wonder you could cross the space and time and meet each other first. Slightly different, but not by much, she said softly, which was considered as a response to his words. Yun Nuashing turned her head and covered her eyes with her arm. Well, he was probably saying that from the beginning to the end, he must have left her mark first, and then completed the rest step by step. This was acting first and reporting later. Bitter fruit, bitter fruit. After living for more than 300 eras, I still couldn't be ruthless in that moment. The young man pressed his hands on his head as if he was trying to break off his head. But after a while, he gave up after failing to succeed. Well, now the bitter fruit has become retribution. Just like a taunt, they are just one of the bitter fruits. Sigh. Yun Nuashing looked at them and listened to their sighs. Although she could not see their expressions, but as he said, she could feel the not-so-good aura spreading here. To put it bluntly, it was the accumulated anger, resentment, and hatred. It was exactly the same as some of the emotions that the origin energy spirits occasionally emitted. It was exactly the same and even more intense. As he said, whether the heart was bleeding or not was another matter, but the heart was definitely filled with hatred and anger that could not be released. She definitely could not wait to tear them into pieces, but she did not seem to feel anything. No. She had already been in a daze for more than 2.5 minutes. It was rare to see her hands not holding onto her cup, but instead curled up under the table. They were pinched together. Damn it, this was a silent supernova. She was someone who could cause the void to tremble when she went crazy, so how could she not have reacted at all? He estimated that even the combined hatred and killing intent of the 146 heavenly gods of origin wasn't as intense as hers. So he quickly changed the topic. Back then, you all passed on the power within a safe range to them. Did that include the staff of creation, the fort of origin, and the other creations of order? Not the staff of creation. It's not like the staff of origin or the fort of origin. Xiao AI and the others could use the latter with a little effort. The staff of creation could only be kept in a low-energy state to release attacks in their hands. It was not very useful. Similarly, other than the staff of creation and the other creations of order of the highest level, the rest were all taught to them. When the young man said this, he became even more depressed. Some of the things were taught by him personally. He had personally groped out an ingrate who even took a bite out of them. That was really so. Yun Nuashing pondered for a moment. She looked at the few heavenly gods of origin present and did not see the plainly dressed man. She scratched her head and said, "So the fort of origin in the space guarded by the obsession of the guy who beat me up was taken apart by them." What? Taken apart? The young man was stunned. His slightly dispirited and slightly bent appearance was swept away. Now he straightened his back and placed his hands on the table with a very serious look on his face. "You mean the fort of origin in the space of the soul subduing ring was taken apart?" Yun Nuashing was also startled by his big reaction. "Wasn't it put in by you guys?" "Yes, but it was perfectly fine when it was put in." The young man clenched his fists. "I was the one who put the fort of origin there myself. There were many other things aside from the fort of origin, such as a complete set of the net of origin and order, a dozen staffs of origin, various levels of nodes, and various advanced creations of order. All of them were used to assist the forces of order in setting up defenses after our deaths. The path of the soul, subduing ring, also left behind the children of the second generation. You see, the power to assist the defense of order and the guide are a set, and could be said to be one of the most important paths among the 771 paths of retreat. Generally speaking, as long as the children set up defenses and not all of the chaos concept bodies break out, they could basically guard the void of order." Yun Nuashing quickly raised her hand to interrupt him. "Wait, we didn't find anything else apart from the Staff of Origin and the broken Fort of Origin. The Staff of Origin was also broken into pieces, and if I didn't have a life form with me, we couldn't have mistaken that pile of spherical things as the Staff of Origin and put it back together. And the guide you mentioned, TSK, don't mention it. Let's not talk about what the void you've passed away has become under the influence of the tides of chaos. They themselves would only be more unreliable, now that they're holed up in our void frontline. Even ascending to the higher levels is difficult. I don't think they could lead the way." What are you going to say? The young man asked. I'm going to say the void is in such a state, the last sentence. Yun Nuashing guessed for a while before saying, Your children are still at the mid-level of the premier realm. They are currently working hard to climb to the high level of the premier realm. I don't know if they can reach that realm when we charge into the underworld. She looked up. Something happened to the soul-subduing ring. When Yun Nuashing heard this and heard the tone and saw the collective glint in their eyes, she knew that something had happened. Something big had happened. It was probably something so big that it could pierce a hole in the sky. Don't tell me the soul-subduing ring was bitten by rats before it was opened. Yun Nuashing said with a dark face. The broken staff of origin and the fort of origin were done by them. And they even took the other things away after they were done? This. The young man made a gesture of wiping his sweat. If I'm not mistaken, it's probably possible. It seems like this is the only possibility. If it wasn't directly blown up, it definitely wasn't the fault of the conceptual bodies of chaos. The conceptual bodies of chaos couldn't find the soul-subduing ring's location. So the only ones who could find the soul-subduing ring and safely destroy the final defense of the Fort of Origin and the Staff of Origin the only ones left are them who once controlled your power. Perhaps they even fought when they entered the soul-subduing ring. Yun Nuashing finished his words. This idea was exactly the same as what he had guessed at the beginning. Get past the defense line of the Fort of Origin, the Staff of Origin, and the Staff of Creation. Take what you can on the spot, and smash what you can't. Hearing that the heavenly gods of Origin were all gnashing their teeth, Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes and wanted to smash his head on the table again. 771 paths, each leading to a dead end. This was not nonsense. This was supposed to be the power they left for the Order, but it was robbed first. This was outrageous. Damn it, he really didn't think of this. He had said that these things could be strung together, and that they could find traces of the same thing in other places that they couldn't find. I was wondering why you guys kept tormenting us, especially me, when you guys left something behind. Yun Nuashing continued to roll his eyes and point at himself. I was still nagging you guys, saying that you guys kept tormenting me, even though you guys left something behind. You guys just wanted to test if the newcomers were related to the origins. Why not leave anything behind in the first place? The young man said, No. At most, it's just a little prank. How can we mess around when it's about the war between order and chaos? The reason why we didn't leave anything behind was because we were worried that leaving too many things behind would affect the current battlefield. So why would we want to cause a ruckus? There is indeed a corresponding test for order life forms, but those who could reach that position and see what we left behind basically pass the test. So Yun Nuashing was speechless. They admitted it. They knew how to play pranks. These old urchins, all right, he would believe that they would not play pranks on important matters. Although they were a little troublesome, they knew what they were doing. After all, the goal of killing chaos was an obsession that they had worked on for more than 300 eras. It was impossible for them to play pranks on him when it came to such matters. Well, he did not expect that. He really thought that these old fellows liked to play pranks on him. The young girl suddenly slammed the table and stood up. Wait a minute. Where's that thing? Yun Nuashing saw her big reaction, and his heart skipped a beat. What thing? You've poured everything out. Don't you see that thing? The young girl was a little anxious. Her hands were moving in circles in front of her eyes, and her hands were stretched out again. He could barely make out that she was trying to draw something in the shape of a long strip. Yes, a long strip. A long strip, something related to a long thing, something related to origins, and not the Staff of Origins mentioned above. He could only remember it. Energy source. In the end, to prevent him from thinking differently from them, she added, a green stick. Yes, that's it. The young girl nodded excitedly. That's our special energy core. It can mobilize the energy of the entire void region from a conceptual level. It's a special core used to maintain the energy consumption of high-grade order creations. One core can fill the entire void region where the Fortress of Origins is located with energy. Great. Looks like we haven't lost it yet. There's still hope. Asterisk bang. Asterisk Yin Nuashing immediately slid to the ground and covered his face with his arms. His heart was dead silent. He even wanted to roll around on the ground and act shamelessly. What's going on? The young girl was shocked to see him on the verge of breaking down and about to collapse on the ground. She bent down and pulled at his arm, but he didn't budge. It seemed like he was determined to lie on the ground and not get up. The group of heavenly gods of origins used all their strength to lift up the young man who was determined to lie on the ground and place him on a chair. At this moment, the young man's entire body was so pale that he was about to melt into the air. This was a sign of complete exhaustion and exhaustion of his soul. They were all stunned by this and didn't understand what had happened. She waved her hand in front of Yun Nuashing. Seeing that he didn't respond, she directly pinched his cheeks. After pinching for a while, the young man trembled violently and came to his senses. What's going on? How could someone faint out of the blue, just like that? Were you too excited? The young girl immediately asked upon seeing him come to his senses. Yun Nuashing stared at him with a lifeless expression. Yeah, I was too excited. I was so excited that I wanted to die. The young girl also came to her senses at this moment. Could it be that something happened? Yun Nuashing covered his face with his hands and replied in an unsure voice. What if I tell you that we do have an energy source? Oh, that's normal. That's what we left behind. It's fine if the rest is gone. If the Fortress of Origins is broken, we can just put it back together. The Staff of Origin and the Staff of Creation are still here, and we have the energy bars, so we don't have to worry about not being able to use them. Then let me tell you that we have an emasculated version. Furthermore, we picked it up from an accident in the netherworld. What do you think? The heavenly gods of origin. That thing is now in the hands of the underworld, and it has become a power that confronts us. The underworld has twisted the energy source so that it can provide energy for the abyssal death mist. They have been sending out troops to fight us day and night, and the node that corresponds to us is blown up by itself. And what popped out is a changed energy source. Do you think I should faint from excitement now? The heavenly gods of origin face-bombed. That's right. The soul suppressing ring seems to have been looted beforehand, so there's no way that the energy bars would have been spared. All right. They knew why this young girl looked like she was about to give up. The thing that they had so carefully left behind for order had fallen into the hands of an ingrate. How infuriating. Phew. It seems that they opened the soul-suppressing ring one step ahead of us and got rid of everything, leaving behind only some things that are not worth mentioning to them. The young girl rubbed her forehead, and the radiance on her body dimmed by a few %. Then they dealt with it and finally handed it over to the netherworld so that the netherworld could complete the unfinished business of them back then. Phew! Now I know why you can't get rid of the netherworld even though you have such tremendous power in your hands. I also know where the netherworld gets its inexhaustible power. I thought that they had created something like that energy bar that can forcibly extract energy from the void over a large area. So it turns out that they're using something that belongs to us. What happened back then? Yun Nuashing's expression softened slightly when she heard the key information. What happened back then? What else could it be? Chaos just wants to get rid of order. It's a very pure idea. The netherworld and they who have joined chaos are the same. The young girl drew circles on the table with her finger. It's just that now they have all their connections with the Yuan realm erased. They're suppressed in their own place and can't go out easily. The children in the residence are also helping to suppress them, so they can't do it themselves. They can only let the netherworld do it for them. The young girl took a deep breath. Once the netherworld destroys the void of order to a certain extent and then goes to the realm of the gods, they will break free from their cage. Once they are out, it's equivalent to the concept of chaos breaking free from its shackles. When that happens, we'll lose the void of order that we're guarding. Yun Nuashing, we're done for. All right. I feel an irresistible pressure. But why is it the realm of the gods? What does it have to do with the realm of the gods? The young girl waved her hand and replied casually, back then in a hurry. I randomly found something to help suppress them. The realm of the gods is right next to us, and it's still relatively intact. It's much more beautiful than our continent, which was beaten to a pulp. So I took it and used it. Yun Nuashing. Because of this random action, the realm of the gods has been plagued with disasters since then. Do you know that? And the realm of the gods. When the realm of the gods was mentioned, he remembered that this matter could be traced back. They entrusted the netherworld to the netherworld, and the netherworld was secretly stirring up trouble, so they entrusted the former divine Shadow Clan to them. Good fellow. Like I said, this is a mess that's tied together. Chapter 1904. This void. All right, he had to sigh again. This void, this bunch of unreliable fellows. He always felt that the power they left behind was used to deal with their own people. As expected, the worst thing about the Order was that they would cause internal strife when they had nothing better to do. Even they themselves. All right, he knew that this had nothing to do with them, but he just couldn't help but feel that way. First, they found a bunch of ingrates and stabbed them in the back. Then, they even messed up the world of order. After who knows how many eras later, those ingrates still wanted to destroy the things they left behind. Everything that could be taken away was taken away, and everything that couldn't be taken away was torn down on the spot. After everything was done, all that was left behind was a pile of scrap metal. How exciting! Yes, it was really exciting. For the Order, this was a little too exciting. They took away the power that the Origin, heavenly God, left behind for the world of order, and even used it for their own use. This was just increasing the difficulty out of nowhere. This was... forget it. He didn't have anything good to say anyway. After all, the unreliability of the Order was engraved in their souls. Compared to pointing their swords at their enemies, they preferred to point their swords at themselves. He was just joking and complaining, but he knew that it wasn't the case. He was just complaining. At this moment, he could feel a lump of black ink forming the word danger, flashing crazily above his head. He had to complain, or else he wouldn't have anything to complain about when the time came. Speaking of which, the suffering of the celestial realm was probably engraved in the environment of the void of order. Perhaps when the Origin, heavenly God, and the others took the celestial realm to do something, this ending had already been decided. Looking at the celestial realm for the next few dozen eras, there was basically not a single day of peace. Big and small problems, whether it was the problems of the celestial realm or the problems brought by the outsiders, were constantly happening. The celestial realm itself had been flattened several times because of this. Others had their share of the blame, and so had he. However, he had already gotten used to it. The stage of this era had yet to shift to the celestial realm. He would just let that unlucky world enjoy itself for a while, although he hoped that the battle would not spread to that world. If this battle between order and chaos eventually spread to the celestial realm, that would mean that the ending would still be the same. Right? Speaking of which, I seem to have inadvertently mentioned the underworld's goal just now. Combining the information obtained and the opinions discussed before, it seems that it could be roughly divided into two parts. The general goal of the underworld was to destroy the order void under the command of them, and then head to the divine realm to remove some invisible seal to release them before throwing out the chaos concept body. Without the protection of the heavenly God of origin, the order void was unstoppable against the rampaging chaos forces and was immediately doomed. However, even with the general goal in front of them, the underworld was happy to slack off. They did not act immediately, instead entrusting the matter to the former divine shadow. while they worked on something else in the order void. It seemed that the general goal was not as important to them as the other goal. As for the minor goal, it was the goal of reshaping the void that was mentioned at the very beginning. He had not thrown that idea away even now, with the reason being to find the abyssal death mist spawn in the little girl's world, as well as the time she was trapped by the abyssal death mist. There was no need to talk about that since the minor goal had been mentioned many times. It was just a general goal that allowed them to better understand the underworld's operations. After learning that they had betrayed the underworld, they were busy slacking off. As expected, the major goal was to reshape the void. He had not thrown that idea away even until now, with the reason being to find the abyssal death mist spawn in the little girl's world, as well as the time she was trapped by the abyssal death mist. There was no need to talk about that since the minor goal had been mentioned many times. It was just a general goal that allowed them to gain a better understanding of the underworld's operations. After learning that they had betrayed the underworld, they were busy slacking off. As expected, the minor goal was the goal of reshaping the void. He had not thrown that idea away even now, with the reason being to find the abyssal death mist spawn in the little girl's world, as well as the time she was trapped by the abyssal death mist. There was no need to talk about that since the minor goal had been mentioned many times. It was just a general goal that allowed them to gain a better understanding of the underworld's operations. After learning that they had betrayed the underworld, right now, we don't have to worry about the divine realm encountering enemies in secret. The underworld isn't a concept of chaos, and the front line of the void isn't an open door of order. This time, the war between order and chaos is only going on at a thin border. Unless we destroy the front line of the void, we won't be able to get to the divine realm. So, have you guys come to a conclusion? Yun Nuashing slowly regained his senses as he listened to them speak one sentence after another. He couldn't help but ask. The youth glanced at him and shrugged. I don't know. Not much. The soul-subduing ring was placed in the void of order in the 34th era, close to the 35th era. After that, there was no news at all. It's not easy for us to find the children, or for the children to shout a few words to the outside world. Under such circumstances, how could it be ransacked by them? Well, I can't imagine at all. Yin Nuashing responded with an "oh" upon hearing that. He briefly sorted out the time. In short, the time when the soul-suppressing ring was invaded was only 40 eras ago, right? At the end of your battle, you did indeed cut off the connection between them and the Deyuan realm. They can't come out and jump around as they please anymore. Then, it wouldn't have happened after that. The youth nodded. That's true. Then here's the question. Yun Nuashing put his hands on the table. At the end of the battle, did you guys encounter the bombardment of your own creations of order? The youth was stunned for a moment. He looked around and exchanged glances with everyone. After getting a negative answer, the light on his body suddenly flickered. No. So this is the escape route that them left behind? Stealing from us and using it to pave his own way out. What a guy. What a guy. I've never seen such a shameless person. Yun Nuashing immediately thought of something. Digging up other people's ancestral graves as their own. Although that wasn't exactly what it meant, that was the logic. What those ghosts did was not much different from this. This wave, this wave, this wave, this wave, this wave, this wave, after being casually stolen, after being done, they still let the sheep charge at them. It was a bit ridiculous, too ridiculous. She looked at him and whispered, "How much is left?" "There's not much left." Yun Nuashing spread his hands and sighed worriedly. Currently, the things that are known to exist are the broken pieces of the Fortress of Origin. According to your children, it should be a complete set of the Fortress of Origin. And then there's the Staff of Origin. Let me think. It seems that there's nothing left. I'm not too sure if they left anything behind when they tidied up your things. Even if there is, it's probably not much. The youth was stunned. Isn't it clear that there are only 2 things left? The other things have already been taken out and used, but they're nothing special. Yun Nuashing interrupted himself and pondered for a moment. Maybe it's nothing special to them, so they left it behind. It's all related to the legacy power that you left behind. It's a little useful to us, but to them, the use is probably next to nothing. Oh, it's the things that were left behind for the children to continue to guide and strengthen the legacy. They didn't take those things away. Either they couldn't take them away, or they didn't want them. After all, that bunch of heartless ingrates had long looked down on their own power. The girl sighed and waved her hand. Personally, I feel that they didn't want more. There's something else. It's a creation used to suppress the power of chaos. But this thing was only a half-finished product, so it wasn't destroyed or taken away. At this point, Yun Nuashing's mind suddenly lit up. Hiss, if that's the case, I think I know why the garbage dump is filled with half-finished products and scrap metal. They were either torn into pieces by them, or they were half-finished products in the first place and just so happened to avoid being swept away by them. Hey, why is it so sad? The heavenly gods of origin. For a moment, they didn't know whether to complain about how sad it was or complain about how the soul-suppressing ring had been turned into a garbage dump. Originally, they didn't want to make a garbage dump, but who knew that such a sad thing would happen later on? There was nothing they could do. Ahem, then it's my turn to ask. Yun Nuashing coughed lightly. She clenched her fists and pressed them against the table. She took a deep breath and said, How much power did them use to escape? I'm talking about the power in the soul-suppressing ring. Well, the girl tilted her head and let out a voice that sounded like a bitter laugh. Judging from what you said, they took away the defensive power of the entire defense line of order. The defense line of order's concept-level defensive net, the energy source, the staff of origin. You can think of it as they taking away the entire defensive node of the fortress of origin, except for the fortress of origin. Yun Nuashing said calmly, Look at me when you talk. I can hear what you're implying. Hurry up and tell me. Since even the soul-suppressing ring has been pried open, well, there's no guarantee that other places won't have something strange, like lost items. Yun Nuashing turned to look at the young man. Back then, you didn't actually want to leave power for the world of order, but for them, right? Although the reality is terrible, we did leave a lot of backups for the world of order. It's just that we don't know how they were able to find the things that we left behind. Theoretically speaking, it shouldn't be like that. That should be left behind for a specific person. It should either be a pure, high-life form of order that is guided by the origin, or a life form with pure energy of the origin. They have already turned themselves into something that is neither human nor ghost. The power of order in their bodies is not pure, and they have already abandoned our power. So, how could they be able to open the soul-suppressing ring? That's reality. Denying it is meaningless unless you say that it was the chaos concept entity who smashed the door. I know that the chaos concept entity would have destroyed the door directly instead of leaving a pile of rubbish to give me a headache. But let me finish. Yun Nuashing coughed softly as she sorted out her thoughts. Didn't they volunteer to join the chaotic void? They must have been involved with the chaos concept entity before joining, just like the underworld. Then perhaps they used the power of chaos to destroy the door of the soul-suppressing ring. Is that possible? The power of the chaos concept entity could definitely smash our door. But as I said, they had already abandoned their own power. That's not surprising at all. They who had received our power would be tainted with highly concentrated chaos energy when they meet again on the battlefield, similar to the chaos concept entity. The young man shook his head. Secondly, the chaos concept entity could not find where those things were. Unless the defenses of those hidden places were loose and energy leaks appeared, they would not be able to find them. The defenses we set up are enough to ensure that there would not be any natural loosening of the defenses for dozens of eras. I have a guess about that. Yun Nuashing stroked her chest for a moment before taking out a teacup and placing it on the table. Look, Does this look familiar? This is. The young man's words faltered, and Yun Nuashing could sense that the heavenly origin god's expression had become rather awkward, as if he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This is a little toy that we left in the soul suppression bracelet. It's not just a teacup. There are pots and pans. Sooner or later, I'm going to scavenge the void and pick up the pots and ladles you left behind to cook a big meal. Can you explain why you put those things in there? Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes, seeing that they were all scratching their heads awkwardly and not intending to answer. She continued, These are the things you left behind. They have your power, your presence, and your mark. Can you use them to find the door? The young man pondered for a moment before looking up. You don't say. That's possible. The possibility is not small. However, there's a premise. It's impossible to find the door with just one or two of the things we left behind. Those are the defenses we left behind. There are dozens of layers of defenses, and at least 5 or 6 of the things we left behind. Furthermore, they belong to different people. Only then would there be a small chance of finding the escape routes we left behind in the void. The probability is really not very high. However, the flames of war that once spread across the entire Grand Yuan realm and the Void of Order were enough for them to spread their footprints everywhere. The Long War also gave them enough time to find the things you left behind. Yun Nuashing sighed. She was sighing now. Even if that's the case. The young man waved his hand. But we didn't give them a lot of things as you think. In fact, the things that really fell into their hands are not that many, just 1 or 2. The conditions here are also. TCH, isn't there still the underworld? What do you think they are going to find the underworld with? It's going to take a lot of effort to rope them in and instigate them to defect. That's a pretty big picture. It's going to fool everyone in the underworld. Look at the situation now. There are at least 7 or 8 things that you have left behind. This condition is sufficient. The power of the chaotic concept body is also met. With these 2 added together, they can smash the door. Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes. What a headache. The young man covered his face and rubbed his face with his palms. He let out a long sigh. The light that radiated from his body was exuding an aura of irritation. Back then, in my long life, it's rare for there to be 1 or 2 things that make me feel a little regretful. TCH, bad taste. The times have changed under our instructions. We are just a bunch of stubborn old antiques. We didn't change with the times or anything. Yun Nuashing was stunned for a moment. She looked at him with an awkward gaze. Change with the times? Change with what? Don't tell me you want to be infected with those nasty and immoral habits and then call it change? This world is a big dye vat. Can't you live without soaking in it? Bah! Don't make me laugh to death. This is just bullshit. You don't want to be a good person, and you're making yourself into a dark person. You call this dark change? I'd rather shatter this order void with a single slash. The young man was speechless. Here it comes. This little brat is getting irritable. Whenever something impure is brought up, she will become extremely irritable. If she keeps harping on this topic, the threat to the order void may increase exponentially. Ahem, of course not. The change I'm talking about refers to not changing the way we look at things that have changed. That is to say, we didn't notice the change of the order life forms that you mentioned. Everything started to become impure and complicated. In the false peace environment, the order life forms, from the innate environment to the acquired environment, had undergone drastic changes. Plus, there was no life from the chaos era left to be the guide of the new generation of life. This caused all the new life forms to embark on a different path. We didn't notice the change in time. We didn't understand the thoughts of the new generation of life. We still used the chaos era's way of dealing with the new world's life forms. It's not surprising that there would be unexpected changes. The young man patted his head and sighed. I know, but I can only sigh. My taste is really bad. We are indeed a bunch of old antiques living in the past. Every day, we only know how to talk to the void and think about killing chaos. But we didn't understand the changes in the perception of the new generation of life. I'm really sorry. As she poured the tea, she quietly took over the topic. My taste has always been good. Yun Nuashing was stunned for a moment. She turned her head and saw her looking at her. She was stunned again. The young man and the others did not know whether to laugh or cry. Her taste was really good. It was not that she did not want to teach or for some other reason. Although she maintained a neutral attitude towards the new order of the void, she had also come into contact with the order life forms. Whether it was the new era or the chaos era, she had come into contact with them. She had also come into contact with the order life forms, whether it was the order life forms of the new era or the chaos era. She had also seen 2 or 3 passable little fellows who had tried with the same purpose, but they all failed in the end. As for the main reason for their failure, and also the only reason, was that their power did not match. The chosen successor could not withstand her power, so all of them failed. After all, she was the second in command of their family, the number 1 fighter. What? Was she talking about the guy who was sighing at the void every day? Forget it. As the second in command said, he was just a stinky little brother. His combat strength was not very good, and he was also a little indecisive. But after all, he was the one who dug out the power that belonged to order and them. He could cooperate with the order life forms to fight against the chaos. He was the one who proposed and practiced the path of the order creations. He also had his own responsibilities and designated path ahead. As for combat strength and what not, let the second in command do it himself. The path of the order creations was quite good. Yep, everyone was staunch supporters of this path, including the second in command. That's why the leader did not have to be the best at fighting. He just had to be able to point out the direction and let those who could beat the things that they could beat. If they could not beat the things that they could not beat, they would turn around and let those who could beat the things that they could not beat go and beat the things that they could not beat. If they could not do both, then they would not care about martial ethics. They would just directly find the creation that the leader had taken out and blast it. How satisfying would that be? It seems that the little one had to take care of 2 jobs. That's really tough, really tough. Cut it out. If you know that I'm having a hard time, why don't you show me the way? Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes at this nagging fellow. If I ask you to strengthen the other side's fighting strength, and if I ask you to raise the difficulty for me, this battle won't be able to continue. Do you understand? We are deeply sorry for that, and we can't do anything about it. What can I do? We are just fragments. At most, we can make some tea here, enjoy the breeze, enjoy the scenery, and look at the fragments that you occasionally send in to see what you've been up to lately. That's all we can do. The youth sighed and spread his hands. Yin Nuashing grimaced. Don't be like that. Hurry up and use the experience that you have condensed over 300 epochs. I really don't want to charge into the underworld when I charge into it, only to have them raise their hands at once and charge us with 100 or 2 staffs of origins. With a boom and a crack, the origin energy would hit our faces, and we're done for. The youth was speechless. To be frank, that was not impossible. As mentioned before, the soul-suppressing ring contained a complete set of power. While it was not to the extent of having 100 or 2 staffs of origins, there were at least 7 or 8 of them. Who knows if they had left some for themselves? Even if one subtracted the 1 that the little one had, there were at least 5 left. While that did not sound like much, the Staff of Origins was a weapon used to deal with chaos concept entities back in the era of chaos. A single blast from the Staff of Origins could fuse a group of advanced primes into a single body. With such a level of power, it was no wonder that the little one was in a terrible fix. This was indeed too difficult and ridiculous. Back then, they were outnumbered by the chaos concept entity and had the entire territory of order, so they were evenly matched in terms of strength. But now, the situation that the little one and the others had to deal with was too difficult. Unfortunately, they didn't seem to have any way to help him. At most, they could give him some suggestions and ideas, and see if he could come up with something to guard order. Yun Nuashing looked at their troubled faces and sighed inwardly. It was not an easy task. Their realms were not equal, and their powers were not equal. In this era, the war between order and chaos had been going on for so long, and the reason order could hold on until now was because they had sacrificed their lives and died over and over again. Now, they had just gained a foothold, and even if they had gained a foothold, it was just a little. They were already having such a hard time dealing with cannon fodder, and the 20 advanced primes that the other side had thrown out almost destroyed them. Even if several eras had passed and they could not be compared to back then, they still lacked hard power. This time, 20 advanced primes might not be able to do much to the Void frontline, but who said that there were only 20 advanced primes on the other side? If 20 advanced primes could not do anything to them, could the underworld not throw out 200? Or perhaps 7 or 8 peak primes, and then it would be over. In order to not let order be completely destroyed, it seemed that they had to adopt a more deadly method. So, now that the existing conditions were ranged in front of them, the Fortress of Origin, the Staff of Origin, the Staff of Creation, the already changed energy source, the Temple of Origin, and the full set of energy source of Origin. If they put all these things together, would there be any special results? They did not know, but they had to try. By the way, I thought of something. When the energy source was mentioned, Yun Nuashing looked up and quickly told the gods of Origin about the energy source. That's it. The people of the underworld maintained the form of order, but you said that they had completely joined the chaos and become something neither human nor ghost. Then they erased all the imprints related to the origin of the energy source. Was it for their own convenience, or to restrict the underworld? These two answers may be in passing, or maybe they simply erased it because they did not like what we left behind. The young man laughed stiffly, and then immediately became serious. I have a third idea. Do you want to hear it? Yun Nuashing wiped the sweat off her forehead. Go ahead, I'm listening. I should be able to take it. He swallowed his saliva and felt that something was wrong. He moved the chair closer to her so that the two of them were almost sitting together. She looked at him and reached out to press his head to calm him down. She reminded him, calm down. He wants to scare you. The young man coughed. Erasing the imprints of our energy can be used to supply energy to the abyssal death mist, which also proves that the energy rod we left behind at the beginning has ignored the boundary between order and chaos and become a pure energy source. It is just an energy source and has no specific purpose. This will reduce the speed of its energy condensation and release. But the advantage is that there is no restriction, right? As for what you said, they can use it for themselves or for the underworld to use it on the abyssal death mist derivative. Don't you think that it is a little redundant to use the energy rod we left behind on this kind of superfluous cannon fodder? Yun Nuashing broke out in cold sweat. Tell me the answer. I'm thinking, could it be used in conjunction with that chaos concept body? It is the chaos concept body you mentioned before that is the core of the dead chaos concept body. They may be planning to directly use the power of the chaos concept body. Yun Nuashing could not breathe and fainted on the spot. Chapter 1905. A long time ago, he and Hui had repeatedly discussed the something that the underworld used as a core to create the abyssal death mist spawn. As the past continued to be dug out of the ground, the dusty details of the previous era were revealed before them bit by bit. They could spread out the topic slowly, and the conclusion they obtained pushed their guesses to a place deeper and darker than the bottomless abyss. That was their initial guess, and one that they firmly believed until now. The more they learned about it, the more they felt that the core was either a chaos concept body or some kind of clone that was inseparable from the chaos concept body, or some fragment, or something that was possessed by the chaos concept body and died. Everything was possible, and there was no way to eliminate them. And the one thing that could not be removed was the chaos concept body. That thing was definitely related to them, and there was a 1,000,000% chance that it was related to chaos. He had also told the heavenly god of origins and the others about it, but they said that they were just broken fragments trapped in the shattered land and could not make a better judgment. Therefore, they agreed with him here. After all, the underworld was definitely related to the chaos concept body, and not just one, but possibly 2, 3, or even more. If possible, they even had to include the chaos concept bodies related to them. Well, there was no telling how far they had to go, but the default was that there were multiple chaos concept bodies. Although they knew about it and knew that there might be a chaos concept body in the underworld, they had never been afraid or worried at all because it was already dead. What they heard from the underworld was probably true, and a dead chaos concept body was a good one. They would just let it hang there, and it would not be a big deal even if it used its own innate power to continuously throw out countless abyssal death, misspawn, or chaos constructs to the underworld. They were just cannon fodder or higher-level cannon fodder, and with their current arm strength, it was a piece of cake to wipe out a region of cannon fodder. But that was, what if the chaos concept body became active? That he did not know and had never thought about it. Of course, it was also possible that he was refusing to think about it deep down. He had fought 3 chaos concept bodies, and each time he was pinned in the void and beaten to the brink of death. Counting carefully, he had to play himself to the brink of death in 3 of the 3 battles before he could barely burst out with the power to not be crushed to death. It was actually a struggle at death's door. All 3 times, the 3rd time was even worse. He had fought against that thing that seemed to have some brains but had given up on part of its power. That thing had angered all the origin energy in his body and expressed that it wanted nothing more than to rush out and devour it alive. After that, it took over his body and went crazy, and to be frank, he was almost stuffed to death by the origin energy. As for the other 2 experiences he had with the concept entities of chaos, well, it was more or less the same, so there was no need to go into detail. In any case, it was not a good thing for him to encounter the concept entities of chaos. For some reason, those entities of chaos had shown a little interest in him. Apart from the first chaos specter he met in the graveyard of gods and demons, the other 2 concept entities of chaos kept saying things like interesting, very interesting, SOSO, and you seem to be fun to play with, which made his hair stand on end. He really wanted to turn and run whenever he saw them, but every time he encountered them, there was no way he could run away as he wished, and if he really wanted to run away, there was probably no way he could escape. Well, that was why he fainted when he heard that the underworld might be planning to use the power of that chaos concept body, specifically to pull it out and have it fight them head-on. He really did not dare to imagine what it would be like to have a chaos concept body come out from the flank when they were collectively charging into the underworld. Don't be so worried. The youth shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry when he saw Yun Nuashing's head leaning back and completely paralyzed on the chair. I'm just saying that it's possible, but the truth is not set in stone, is it? Yun Nuashing sat up abruptly and said with a serious face, "Come, look into my eyes. Come, tell me that what you just said is true. Otherwise, tell me the probability. As long as you dare to say it, I will dare to believe you." The heavenly god of origin and the chaos concept bodies were old foes. The 2 parties had fought until the void was torn apart, with neither dying but tormenting the 2 voids for who knows how many times. Then, as if they had made a pact, the battle at the end of the previous era ended, with both sides joining hands and escaping into the shadows without making a sound. The former had collectively entered the cycle of reincarnation and did not return after the 139th era, with the chaos concept bodies lurking in every corner of the void, waiting for an opportunity to strike. However, it appeared that there was no sign of them escaping even after the 139th era, which only proved that the heavenly god of origin had kept their coffins tightly sealed. Furthermore, apart from maintaining the suppression of them, perhaps Xian Yin and the others in the residence were also responsible for looking after the chaos concept bodies that were floating all over the void. Either way, they tacitly left as soon as they said so. As for the heavenly god of origin, even if what they believed was just a joke or a little speculation. He felt that it was much better than the guesses they made after half a day. Therefore, he basically believed whatever they said. At the very least, when it came to the chaos concept bodies, the underworld, and them, the heavenly god of origin would definitely know more than he did. There was no need for him to put on a brave front in that regard, and he just had to listen and be a well-behaved student. So don't be silent. Yun Nuashing waited for 2 minutes before quietly urging the young man when he did not say anything. Come, I'm ready. Hurry up and give me a quick death. Even if I'm scared to death, I can do it right away. All right, since you put it that way. The young man held his chin with his fist and muttered to himself for a moment before softly declaring, 80% probability. Yun Nuashing. He thought about it for a moment before hanging his head on the back of the chair and decided to pass out. Looking at how shocked you are, I don't even know if I should say what I'm about to say. The young man hesitated for a moment, and just as he said that, the little fellow shuddered and shook his head with a bitter smile. All right, if you continue to pass out, I'll continue. Just treat it as if I'm talking to myself, and you can just treat it as if an idiot was mumbling to the air and you accidentally heard it. Right now, the underworld holds enough power to deal with the order void. According to you, they are too cautious and too opportunistic, which is why they have yet to launch a full-scale assault on the front lines of the void. Instead, they are secretly accumulating power to deal with the order void at a lower cost, and it would be best if they could end it with a complete victory, destroying the order void without paying any price. Then, combined with what you told us about the problem with the core, I can imagine that they are trying their best to mobilize the core, the power of the chaos concept body. In this era where we have lost our protection and the power of the first-generation heirs, as well as the growth of the second-generation heirs, any chaos concept body that descends upon the world of order would only result in total collapse. There would be no other path. Yun Nuashing shuddered and rolled his eyes. Of course he knew that. It was precisely because he knew that it was all over for any chaos concept body to join the war of this era that he was hanging here like an idiot. In this life, he actually had the slightest thought of running away, but it was just a slightest, and it would be strangled in the cradle before it could expand. It was impossible to compromise. In this lifetime, it was impossible for him to compromise with chaos. He couldn't defeat it, and he didn't like to stretch out his neck to be slaughtered. He could only desperately save up his strength to the point where he couldn't go any crazier. Then he would charge over in one breath. Even if he had to sacrifice 100 million to kill one enemy, it was worth it. As long as that one was the lord of the underworld, or that chaos concept body, everything would be worth it. Although, I don't know what terrible things you're thinking about, the youth said as he coughed. The youth coughed dryly and continued, Listen to me first before you think about those crazy thoughts. There is an 80% chance that they are studying the power of the chaos concept body, or perhaps trying to awaken it. After all, the underworld holds the power of chaos just as they do, and there is no guarantee that they would not lend their chaos power to the underworld to awaken the chaos concept body. However, I have to say but the awakened chaos concept body would be bound by restrictive conditions regardless, or the power it obtains from its forced awakening would not be complete and could not be recovered. However, it would still be enough to destroy the void of order, which is why the underworld judged that it is worth it and is busy. Or there are other restrictions. For example, it could not leave the underworld, or it needs to stay in the underworld and use some method to restrain its movements to obtain the conditions for awakening. If it's you, you should be able to figure it out, right? Yun Nuashing sat up slightly and began to consider the two theories the youth put forward. It was understandable. The restriction of power had something to do with the conversation he and his little angel had heard when they met Qing Qi and Bei Hao. What body, what already dead, and so on. Chaos concept bodies were immortal and indestructible, and their state of collapse seemed to be different from the collapse of energy life forms. It would not be as easy for them to awaken as it was for normal energy life forms, and if they were forcefully awakening the chaos concept body through abnormal means, It might affect itself in part, and there was no way for it to recover in the short term. However, even so, it was still a chaotic concept body, and it wasn't easy to deal with it. With their current conditions and strength, they had to be fully prepared and gather all their strength before they could fight a weakened, chaotic concept body for a few hundred rounds. As for the other theory, it was easy to understand. If the chaos concept body had truly awakened and could run around, they would not have to spend so much effort to charge at the void front lines for several eras. They would not have to fight the war in the first place, and could just stay there and awaken the chaos concept body. When the time came, the chaos concept body that had awakened ahead of time could release all the other chaos concept bodies, and it would not even be a problem for them to directly charge into the void of order for a massacre. It would only take a dozen days for the void of order to fall, and they could clean it up. While the chaos energy had yet to disperse and the void of order had yet to recover, they could also use the environment of the destroyed void of order to reshape part of the void and accomplish their little objective. There was no need to fight them in the void of order, and all they had to do was to sit and wait for the results. How happy would that be? Therefore, even if the chaos concept body had awakened, it might not be able to move freely. There were two outcomes. It could move freely, but its ability would be greatly reduced, and they could try to destroy it in a head-on clash. On the other hand, if its combat ability was not damaged, but its movement was restricted, well, could it be that they had to stand guard at the void front lines and wait for the underworld to come knocking on their door? That would not do. That would not work. There was no way to win by defending. They had to attack. The third theory was the same as the second, that its movement was restricted. That was easy to explain, since AI Hongyun knew that if the chaos concept body lurked in any body, it would be even more restricted. It would be restricted by the body and power of the life form of order, and it would not be a problem for it to fall several levels. As for that body, there was no telling if it had something to do with the first-generation heirs. At present, it was only certain that a few first-generation heirs had been possessed, and there was no telling if the other chaos concept bodies had simply found someone to sleep in. There are two answers. In my opinion, of course, I'm more inclined to the theory that its movement is restricted. Noticing the change in Hao Ren's expression, the young man guessed that the little guy might have finished sorting out his thoughts, and so he continued, "If its strength is weakened, it will be fine as long as we wait for a while, and the weakening will not be a problem. In this void, there is nothing other than us that can fundamentally and conceptually limit the strength of the chaos concept bodies. Unfortunately, when we died, we did not have the time to do anything to limit their strength, so this theory is more or less ruled out. It's impossible to weaken their strength, but their movement is restricted. This is similar to them. At the end of the war, they tried to cut off the connection between the chaos concept bodies and the greater Yuan realm from the conceptual and root, thereby weakening them. Well, I don't know if it was a success, but it must have had some effect. Coupled with the fact that the underworld has been doing everything they can to take down the Order Void, delaying their attack until now, and wanting to end the war without losing a single soldier, we can conclude that their trump card is the power of the chaos concept bodies. But there is a slight restriction. If the chaos concept bodies cannot leave the underworld, they will drag you to the underworld to fight. Furthermore, they are destroying the Order Void as they wish, causing the stability of the Order Void to rapidly decline in preparation for the upcoming general attack. When the stability of the Order Void decreases, they will be able to unscrupulously spread out a space like a primeval domain, forcefully covering that space in front of them, which is to drag the power of order into the underworld and let the chaos concept bodies deal with you, wiping out the power of order bit by bit. Yun Nuashing was dumbfounded. Then, if I charge into the underworld, won't I be walking into a trap? The young man scratched his head, and the others shrank their necks and looked away. They had just thought of this problem when they had just sorted out their thoughts, and it was very, very bad. For a warrior who only knew how to charge, there was nothing more painful than having to forcibly remove the ability to charge and attack, and only be able to stay in the back and defend, let alone this irritable little guy. Forcing him to fight a defensive battle was no different from asking him to sit there and wait for death, right? The young man scratched his head. Perhaps when you attack, the chaotic concept body has not woken up yet, right? As soon as the topic changed to the problem of time, Yun Nuashing felt a little more headache. They had no way to determine when the underworld would be ready and when they were not. They could only speed up their preparations as time passed, but there was no way they could reach a state of complete preparation. Whether they set off now or after an era, they would still be in a hurry to fight. Things like proper preparation did not exist, especially when they knew that the underworld might be playing a bigger game this time. They knew that there was no way they could be ready, unless they brought out the primordial god. What should they do? They could not think of a plan, but they could not think of a way to achieve perfection. They still had to take it one step at a time and go step by step. All right, it's not the day of the final battle. Don't be so quick to look like you're going to die together. The young man waved his hand, pulling Yun Nuashing's drifting thoughts back. You still have plenty of time to prepare. Even if the underworld really wants to awaken a chaotic concept body, it would not be done in a short period of time. From what you said about half an era ago, they might have slowed down their attack on the Void frontline to deal with this matter. They are not ready, just as you are doing your best to prepare. This is a race of time, and the one who runs faster has a greater chance of victory. The young man patted his clothes and stood up. He walked to the disheveled little guy and reached out to pat his head. For the time being, it's not impossible to think things through. Whether you lose or win, as long as you do your best, it's fine. Try your best so that you have no regrets. When the time comes, well, although I don't like the saying, after I die, I'll let him do whatever he wants, but that's the truth, isn't it? Look at us. No matter how unwilling we are, even if we want to do something, we can only look for you from time to chat with you and give you some reminders and suggestions. We can't affect more than that. That's easy for you to say. Yun Nuashing breathed a long sigh and sprawled over the table, rolling his eyes. No regrets. How would I know to what extent it means to have no regrets? Compared to the so-called process of ending with no regrets, I want an ending with no regrets more. Even if he knew that it was just a wishful dream, he had already exhausted his heart and soul for it. Could he really say that no matter what the result is, I can do it with a clear conscience and no regrets? It was impossible. No matter what, it was impossible. There would not be any regrets, but there might be other emotions involved. Just like how he knew that the established facts pointed to failure, but he was still immersed in the broken dream that he could not wake up from. He was struggling desperately, constantly rotating reality and dream back and forth. One side was reality, and the other side was reality. He was forcing himself with such dreams and reality, watching himself fall into the abyss, gradually falling into depravity and madness. Don't think too much. She gently pressed her hand on his head, restraining his thoughts that were becoming more and more deranged. She patted him with her hand. Just do it and do your best. Reality, the void, all these existences are not up to you and me to decide. It has nothing to do with fate, luck, or anything else. It's just that we can only get this ending for the time being. We need to be sure, an ending that cannot be distorted, but is destined to continue, and we will not stop. It's okay if we fail. We still have a lot of time. We have unlimited time to wait, and we can make unlimited choices. For them, for us, we can fail countless times, but only one victory is enough. Just like the day when the new era was announced, we did not lose and they did not win. So, everything will continue until all of this usher in the true end. She gently stroked his head and felt that his raging thoughts had calmed down a little. Then, she pulled him up by the arm and walked towards the white palaces. Come, we've spent too much time talking. We still have important things to do. Yun Nuashing quickly regained his senses after being dragged away. He did not even care about the crazy reverberations that were still reverberating in his mind. Looking at Lin Sanjiu, who was pulling his hand and walking forward, he quickly said, What do you mean by important things? Are you going to string me up again? It's just an inspection. Why do you keep harping on that incident? Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes. You strung me up, and even let me see the thing that I hate the most in my dreams. I can harp on that until the end of time, and if you really come back from reincarnation one day, I will personally rush to your faces and say, you strung me up and hung me up in the sanctuary of creation. The Empyrean gods of origin. That was a lot of resentment, a very subtle resentment. This little one's resentment was really not easy to deal with. Speaking of the inspection, he had accidentally forgotten about the matter of the core of order. He had done it on purpose. He had said that he had been busy recently, but he would never forget about the lump in his stomach. Hui had even teased him about being pregnant. He would never forget about this lump even if he became a ghost. Although he was really busy recently. In the sanctuary of creation, it was still in the hall that he had a slight impression of. Last time, he was hung in the air in this hall that was engraved with countless energy marks. This time, it seemed that there was no need for it. Lin Sanjiu pulled him to a spacious metal table and pressed him down. When he lay down obediently, a group of people quickly surrounded him. It was really a group of people. In addition to the few people in front of him, he also seemed to feel the gazes from all directions. He did not know how many pairs of eyes were hanging on him. If he was familiar with them, he felt a pair of eyes with a subtle feeling, with a hint of mischief contained in them. It was a bit like the gaze of the Empyrean god of origin who had a long strand of a hogue on her head, when he thought of how many pairs of eyes were hidden in all directions, and all of them were staring at him with some subtle thoughts. It was creepy. He felt that this time he might as well have slapped him into a physical sleep and then strung him up. Now that he was being stared at, collectively, it was really, really annoying. The inspection process was similar to when he used the sanctuary of creation to torment the primordial relic. He was all too familiar with those golden pancake magic circles. The pancake magic circle in front of him was larger and more complicated. It should be the version that had not been castrated. He was very comfortable using the castrated pancake magic circle. It was just that when he thought about how he was the object of study this time, in the time that he closed his eyes and muttered in his heart, they had already announced that they were done. Accompanied by a buzzing sound of energy, Yun Nuashing quickly sat up and looked at their expressions. Well, he could not tell. All of their faces were white. The energy of the staff of creation, Yun Nuashing was stunned. He did not expect her to mention this as soon as she opened her mouth. He thought that she would directly talk about the core of order. Yes, it is also related to the core of order. She nodded softly. The energy that the staff of creation is releasing comes from the energy that it had charged and gathered when it was still intact. In other words, it is the energy that had been stored in it dozens of eras ago. It is our energy, and it contains a lot of shards. Those shards should have strengthened your connection with the shattered lands. What happened? Yun Nuashing was a little nervous. He was afraid that something would happen to the lump in his stomach and cause him to collapse. The energy of the staff of creation has been completely absorbed. The young man scratched his head and glanced at him. The core of order has absorbed half of the complete energy. Half! Yun Nuashing was stunned for a moment. He reached out and searched his body. The other half is still inside? The other half! She stepped forward and stretched out her slender finger and gently tapped on his heart. It is here. It is in the heart of the world of our continent. Yun Nuashing was stunned. It is about to wake up. Yun Nuashing was stunned again. After a while, he came to a realization. 5 eras ago, he had said that the heart of the world of the continent of origin would take a long time to wake up. 5 or 6 eras, or 6 or 7 eras. However, as he came into contact with things and things related to them, if he recalculated the time should be about now. Time had come unknowingly. Let's stay here for a few days. She said softly, It is not too late to leave after the heart of the world and the core of order have finished their evolution. Chapter 1906. The core of order and the world core of the continent of origins were both in his body. The core of order kept giving him the illusion that there was a lump in his stomach or brain, while the core of order had been staying in his body for a very long time, 5 eras. Although according to what he had guessed back then, the core of order should have stayed in his heart for a longer period of time. But now it seemed that the frequent contact with things related to them in the void had caused the core of order and the core of order fragments to enter his body and speed up his awakening, whether intentionally or not. As for what this thing was going to do after it awakened, well, who knew? Yes, he did not know. He was not stupid. It would be a lie to say that he did not care about these things that were stuffed into his stomach. But if he did care, he could only stare blankly at them for a long time. He could not do anything but wait for them to change on their own. And now, it seemed that the change was about to begin, but he had no idea what they were going to do. It has nothing to do with anything. It's just a pure awakening. She whispered to him, standing at the top of the White Palace and overlooking the entire continent of origin. He could take in 80% of the scenery. Bright colors adorned the forests, mountains, and rivers, and the looming boulders were like screens that separated the front, back, left, and right. Such an angle, such a scene. Vaguely, he felt like he had seen this view somewhere before. Not the shattered continent of origin. That place had been shattered into pieces. He still had an impression of the square that looked like the main palace and the little house that she left behind. His impression was of another place, a place that he had seen a long, long, long time ago, a place that was so long ago that he could not even remember it. Ah, I remember now. The Red Star Academy. That day when he stood on the top floor of the Academy Palace with Xianin, the scenery that he saw was 50% similar to what he saw here. There were many similarities between the two places. The location of the buildings, the path through the sea of flowers in the dense forest, and the broken land here had been modified by the girl. It was obvious that it was different from the continent of origin back then. Perhaps this action had erased more of the similar details that should have existed. It was a memory from so long ago that he could still remember it. It was a memory from so long ago that he could still remember it. It was both. That's what they say. Yun Nuashing came back to her senses and turned to look at her. But what's the use of the awakened heart of the world and the evolving core of order? They can't just be decorations, just placed here. Oh, look at them. They have to be of some use, right? For example, in the void, it can create a void region or a world, or create an environment. It can even replicate the continent of origins or something. Look, I even have the model of your home with me. Or, to be more straightforward, it can be used to strengthen our combat power or something. If not, it can be used as an energy source, right? She turned her head and looked at him. After a moment, she said faintly, "Study it yourself." Yun Nuashing was speechless. All right, this answer again. But the growth on his body did require him to study it himself. He was just trying to dig out some information from her to save himself some trouble. After all, there were a lot of things to do. The last time he came in, he was mumbling about the source law. This time he came in again. After a long time, he was still mumbling about the source law and was still waiting. No need to rush. She gently patted his head. This is something that can't be rushed. Preparation needs to be complete, so there's no need to rush. Be patient, the answer is in your heart. Yun Nuashing muttered. This girl really likes to pat his head, although there was nothing taboo for him. But they didn't seem to be that close. Close? Or not close. They seemed to be close, but not completely, just a little. Well, after all, it was this kind of relationship. Although he disliked it, it was something that could not be denied. Yes, he did not admit it. It was not that he did not, at least not now. Look, he had completely rejected it at the beginning, but now he was starting to accept it bit by bit. One day he would admit it, right? Although whether he admitted it now or not, everyone treated him as their representative. Even the group of second-generation inheritors were cheering him on. Cheering? Huh. This was obviously the style of someone who wanted to shirk responsibility and not do anything. Why was it so similar to them? Good Lord, they did not learn anything else from their venerable God, but they were really good at shirking responsibility. What? They all wanted to learn from their venerable God and not do anything, and then push a guy who looked easy to bully into the position, right? But after thinking about it carefully, forget it. That group of unreliable fellows, he and Hui should put in some effort to get things done. If he really forced them to take the lead in this war, who knows what kind of trouble might happen. What are you thinking about? Yun Nuashing was slightly startled. She had been staring at him from the corner of her eyes. He could not help but be stunned for a moment. Had she been staring at him when he was in a daze? I'm thinking about the mess over there. I'm thinking about your unreliable second-generation inheritors, about this war that is so troublesome and deadly just to prepare for, and about how to deal with the concept of chaos that might appear out of nowhere. As he spoke, he pulled at his long hair with a headache. Even if the answer is in my heart, I still have to search for it bit by bit. I have to dig 3 feet into the ground to dig it out. If I just sit on the ground and do nothing but wait for the so-called answer to pop out, the underworld will pop out before the answer comes out. By the way, the concept of chaos, how many of them are there? Yun Nuashing subconsciously asked this equally important question. Well, it was not particularly important for the time being, mainly because he was very curious. She looked at him for a moment, then turned her head and looked ahead as if she was thinking if she should tell him the news now. So she pondered for a while, and about 4 or 5 minutes later, she looked back at him and said softly, 3 times the number. They are 3 times the number of us. Yun Nuashing was speechless. 3 times the number. If it was up to them, each of them would have to fight 1 against 3. Moreover, they would have to face the endless number of chaos soldiers. After that, there would be 2 ingrates who would jump ship and show their weapons. It would not be as simple as 1 against 3, although the beings of order would also participate in the war. But, that's what it meant. They could not compare in terms of numbers, and their levels were lower. How did you guys survive for more than 300 eras? Just like that, we persevere. She crossed her hands in front of her abdomen and whispered softly, Persevere, persevere, fight, 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 never stop, that's all. The order life forms of the chaos era are cooperative and tacit. They only have one goal. Although they are not as lively as the new era, which is full of surprises and mysteries, they can at least ensure that they can survive the corrosion of chaos. The order life forms of the new era have distributed all their talents against chaos to other talents, greatly reducing their combat power. At this moment, if they were to encounter a chaos concept entity, without the protection of our weaved net of power, the order void would be destroyed in 3 minutes if 1 chaos concept entity were to move. A single chaos concept entity against the order void's power would be annihilated. Yun Nuashing was speechless. It seemed that she had underestimated those ink monsters. Those bastards could destroy the void of order without even showing their faces. Although there are many levels, the reason that order has persisted until now is not only because of us and the beings of order in the era of chaos, but also because they themselves are a reason. They do whatever they want, be it fighting or watching. You will never be able to understand what they are thinking, and the 441 of them only hold the same belief, to destroy order. Apart from that, their movement patterns can never be seen or calculated. Just when you think that they are about to combine forces to destroy the defensive line before you, 2 or 3 of them might suddenly leave or give up on the defensive line here. It is also possible that a defensive line that is already on the verge of collapse could be destroyed by a single concept of chaos, only for 300 of them to break through the defensive line in one fell swoop. Just like how they do not appear to be in a hurry, even if their essence is to destroy order, they are not in a hurry to flatten every concept of order in one breath. Their purpose, however, is also impossible to discern. If you were to say that they enjoy the process, perhaps only a portion of them would enjoy such a degree. That portion of them are keen on destruction, watching as worlds are built from scratch bit by bit, developing life and civilization, watching as the beings within evolve, leaving their cradles and stepping into the stars, broadening their knowledge to the entire world until they reach the void, finally appearing before them and destroying the newborn world in one fell swoop. That is an example. Yun Nuashing was speechless. That was certainly doing whatever they want, so much so that it would make one's hair stand on end. It sounded as if they were free to fight or not, fighting however they wanted and stopping whenever they wanted. Rather than saying that they were the ones who started the war between order and chaos, it was more like playing a game in the void based on their instincts. Although the price of playing the game was a little high, with order void and world light consumed a little. To put it simply, they were a bunch of lunatics who were sick in the head and had epilepsy, and there was no way to tell if those fellows who kept saying that they were happy, and interesting actually had brains. There was a good chance that they did not. And they did not. Apart from that, order had been continuously weakening the power of chaos since the first battle of the chaos era. There are 3 times more chaos concept bodies than us, but that is just the total number. They would die just like us. We would disintegrate and reassemble in our own backyard, while they would return to their roots and become undetectable, reappearing in the chaotic void after some time. However, that time is not easy to calculate and fluctuates greatly. Both are actually disintegration, although it is a little different from the disintegration of energy life forms in the ordinary sense, and it is clearer to talk about them separately. She diverted the topic, before quickly returning to it. There are 441 chaos concept bodies, but in the war, only 300 of them had officially participated in the battle, with the remaining 100 or so remaining in a state of returning to their roots, and if nothing unexpected happens, that is the case until now. Yun Nuashing stared blankly. Are they dozing off and not wanting to wake up? No, as I said, returning to their roots. She paused and changed her words slightly. The disintegration of energy life forms is also categorized as mild, moderate, and complete. Our complete disintegration means that we have stepped into the path of reincarnation, and it is a disintegration that could not be preserved or revived using methods such as the spiritual temple. Their complete disintegration into their roots is the same, and there is no telling how long it would take for them to return. Moreover, we would seal them when they are completely disintegrated, which is why it would take even longer. Oh, Yun Nuashing came to a realization. Before the end of the mythological era, more than 100 chaos concept bodies had already passed away, which was truly a cause for celebration. Furthermore, they had been asleep for quite some time, since there was no sign of the power of chaos in the 139th era, so they must still be asleep. Why were the 2 of them standing here and chatting? Well, in fact, they were not the only ones here. For example, although they appeared to be the only 2 on the huge platform on the roof of the palace, a large group of small eyes were staring at him from all directions, sizing him up from head to toe. He always felt that a few pairs of eyes were so deranged that it was almost as if they had ripped open his clothes and burrowed inside. It was already numb. Anyway, since he was pulled into the sanctuary of creation, this group of gazes had not stopped. This group of primordial gods clearly wanted to do something, such as stringing him up again or something. But they just did not show up and just stared at him, making him feel uncomfortable all over. He wanted to rub his nose, but had to pretend to be speechless and cover his face to rub it quickly. As for why it was so weird, it was as if they were monitoring him from all angles, or, to be precise, to see when something would happen to him. The experience of him suddenly lying down last time was still fresh in their minds, and now that something was about to happen to the core of order and the world core, they were keeping an eye on him, with one of them taking care of him closely while the rest just stared at him, as if they could not wait to see him faint. Come on, let me show you what it means to take a close look. Look at how he pretended to notice something and took a step to the left. She took the same step as him and landed beside him. Just like when they were standing side by side just now, they were all a few inches away from each other without any difference. It was weird. No, he did not mean that it was scary to be followed. Logically speaking, knowing that the two lumps on his body were about to cause trouble, it was good to have someone closely watching over him, especially since the two lumps belonged to them in the first place. Professionals did professional things. Those who made things were professionals building things, and those who were strung together were professionals waiting to be strung together. He was mainly frightened by this scene, and it was understandable that she would take care of him closely. After all, there were 145 pairs of eyes staring at him nonstop. He felt that he might have been possessed by the concept body of chaos, and he was afraid that he would faint in the next second. As long as they did not start resuscitating him the moment he fainted, he might not be able to be saved. It was quite scary, wasn't it? If someone else woke up in the ward and saw more than 100 doctors standing in the ward, staring at them motionlessly, all of them holding something in their hands. It looked like they had everything from treating illnesses to forging. How serious would that be? They would know after giving it a try. While he was letting his imagination run wild, Lin Sanju suddenly came over and pressed her hand on his chest. After a moment of silence, she took her hand away and said softly, "You're awake and stable, nothing unusual." From the beginning until now, he had listened to it 7 times. He listened to it once every 5 minutes and looked at it once every 5 minutes. Even when he was in the middle of chatting, he would suddenly check the situation and bring the observation results to Yen without changing the topic. "I don't think it's that serious." Yun Nuoxing's face was slightly gloomy as he swallowed. "To be honest, I'm under a lot of pressure with you guys staring at me like this. I feel like I'm going to die in the next second. The matter may be very serious, or it may not have any effect. The core of order and the heart of the world will not have any abnormalities. Not to mention, we are still watching closely at this time, so there is no possibility of any accident." She looked directly at him and said softly, "But you may bring about an accident. The last time you had an accident in the sanctum of creation, we may have found the answer." Yun Nuoxing was startled when he heard it. His mouth was dry and his hands were trembling. What answer? The last time the core of order went crazy for no reason. Well, he was strung up and fainted, so he was not particularly clear about it. His subconscious only had a faint feeling that he might be experiencing at that time, but it was only to the extent of vagueness. He was strung up for surgery while he was unconscious, and who knows if he would wake up and find that there was something extra or missing in his body. Even if there was something extra or missing, generally speaking, he would not have the memory of that time. She looked at him for a while and said softly, "The abnormality may come from you, the original light and the heart of the world. The 3 conditions together affect the core of order, but among them the abnormality that comes from you is the biggest variable." Yun Nuoxing was sweating profusely. That the abnormality in my body? What abnormality? It can affect the core of order, and it can be an abnormality that none of you can sense. Don't tell me I'm going to die in the next second. If it's true, please explain it to me immediately. I'll leave my last words. Ouch. She shook her head and said softly, "Your true form is unclear. The fundamental reason is related to the new era. That is a new world that even we have yet to fully understand. As mentioned before, the order beings of the era of chaos had poured everything into the war between order and chaos. Hence, everything else was missing. The new era had almost reversed the situation, abandoning the pure and unadulterated power. Hence, there were countless mysteries, possibilities, and malleability. In other words, anything that happens in the void of order in the new era is normal. Since it has already happened, we only need to treat it as an established fact. That is the case for the origin beings. They are new life that only appeared in the new era. During the era of chaos, there was no such gap that could accommodate their existence." Yun Nuoxing was speechless. He had heard them talk about the violence and mania of the chaos era. At that time, the Yuan realm was in a pure state of being either black or white. referring to the Yuan realm's environmental rules. There was no such thing as the third and fourth order, the cradle between the cracks, the cradle created by the wrong rules of the void. None of these things existed. If he were to talk about these things at that time, it would be no different from saying, well, actually, the chaos concept body was on the side of order in the beginning. Well, if he were to say that, it might be a little more serious. Apart from causing laughter, he might also be beaten up. Cough, cough. In any case, that was an era that was fixed by the environment. All the rules of the environment were either order or chaos, without any ambiguity. Well, I can imagine how monotonous that era would be. No, I don't think so at all. In fact, I only think that there would be more troubles or less troubles, but on a higher level. Anyway, the troubles in the void are constant. They are easy to deal with if there are many problems. But if there are few problems, they will be too troublesome. Then, are there any problems that are numerous and troublesome? Of course there was. Yes, that was right. He was talking about the primal chaos concept bodies. 441 primal chaos concept bodies were equivalent to 441 troublesome demons. Each troublesome demon could cause the great primal realm to collapse back and forth countless times. Even if more than 100 of them had collapsed, there are still more than 300 of them. These 300 troublesome demons would still cause the great primal realm to collapse in the new epoch. She watched him ponder for a while, and when he came back to his senses, she continued, because of this, it is very normal that there are things in the new era that we have yet to recognize. And you, it is very likely that you are something that we have yet to recognize. It's a pity that if we were in our normal state, we should be able to use some methods to find out what you are. She stretched out her hand and lifted his arm, holding it in her hand and gently pinching it. Her gaze followed the arm all the way up, making Yun Nuoxing's hair stand on end. He always felt that this was weighing the weight of his body. Right now, there is no way to know. It's just a guess, and it can only be a guess. However, if the mysteries and anomalies that you are entangled with are huge enough, then it can indeed prove their words. Perhaps it is because of this situation that they regard you as something at the beginning of the Yuan realm. Perhaps your existence has reached the level where they can misjudge or cannot distinguish you from us. Yun Nuoxing shuddered and took a step back inadvertently. Seeing that, she immediately took a step forward. He was stunned for a moment and smiled bitterly. Don't scare me. No. What I want to say is, even in the mythological era, no matter how malleable, possible, and mysterious the new era when you guys are still around is, it shouldn't be possible for you guys to recognize the unidentified object at a glance, right? However, this is the fact. My inference can't be wrong. There is a very high probability that you are an anomaly that we can't recognize for the time being. Probability is meaningless to the void. We only care about the established facts. Your existence and your appearance here are the established facts that the void tells us. In that case, probability is meaningless, even if it is an infinitely close to zero. Yun Nuoxing wiped the sweat off his forehead. If you say that I am something that you accidentally touched in the age of chaos, I can believe it. For example, you accidentally touched some weird thing when the two of you were fighting against each other. But if you say that I am an unknown thing that was born in the age of mythology, I always feel that it is very weird. Indeed, it is not an object of the age of chaos. As she said, she suddenly leaned forward. Her white face was only an inch away from him. He smelled her scent that had appeared on him before. It was really a little fragrant. It was incredible that a fragment could still produce such information. She leaned forward as if to identify something. After a while, she slowly stepped back and nodded gently. Indeed, there is no scent of the age of chaos. If you are something that already existed in the age of chaos, even if you have crossed the reincarnation cycle, you will still be entangled with some traces of the past era. There are traces on us and them, but you don't. Well, then let's talk about something serious. Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly and pointed at himself. Although I don't have much hope, I still have to ask, what am I? She slightly lowered her head this time and pondered. Yun Nuashing was stunned. He thought that she would directly answer the answer that he had answered a few times. He waited quietly. She did not forget to lean forward and check. She threw out the same answer and continued to ponder. After about 10 minutes, she looked up and looked into his eyes. Perhaps you are a kind of creature that is related to the concepts of energy, macroscopic rules, creation. These are the results of the discussion just now. These 3 conditions are the minimum conditions. You are the condition that caused the abnormality in the core of order. That is to say, it is the result of reverse deduction. Yun Nuashing's face twisted like a bitter gourd. Can the void give birth to some kind of creation of order? No, it is just a kind of creation. It does not necessarily have to be order. In the beginning, you might have appeared in order, so you were infected with order. Perhaps your real name can be called derivative of nothingness and origin. This is the name that we have given you just now. It is a temporary name. Yun Nuashing was speechless. Damn it. He had really plucked her out of the void. Chapter 1907. In the past, he had always joked that he would one day be removed from the category of derivatives related to the void and become a category of his own. He had never thought that his words would come true. He had really been removed from the category this time. Spawns related to the void were, to put it simply, everything that existed in the order void. From the millions of life forms and world luminous clusters to the spheres and dust that filled the stars. All of them were spawns related to the void and were directly or indirectly born from the void. Not even primordial life forms could escape from them. Even if they existed in gaps and were born from energy, energy had to be filtered by the void before it could appear. Therefore, it was not unusual to say that they were spawns related to the void. That is, even if they were chased and beaten by the void ever since they appeared, unable to live in peace. Now, he had been defined as something related to the void or the origin. This had nothing to do with the void anymore, and he had really been removed from it, other than him knowing that he was a living being. Everything else seemed to be difficult to define, such as what exactly he was. A derivative of the void or the origin. Yun Nuashing's face darkened as she pointed at herself. What is this? A life form that was born directly from the void or the origin. He thought of Ji Kuin, the origin life form that was born directly from the void. He thought of Ji Kuin's situation and compared it to his own. Am I a different kind of origin life form? She shook her head slightly. No, origin life forms originate from energy. It is a life form that was born purely from energy. At most, it is the rule, with the rule as the skeleton, the origin of energy as the soul and consciousness. Together, they create this existence. There is no other impurity. Moreover, the concept of energy is also in the void. You, a derivative of the void and the origin, have nothing to do with the void. We define you as a derivative of the void or the origin that descended from the void or the origin. You did not pass through the void or anything else, and only use the void or the origin as the foundation and the basic structure to establish your vague existence, soul, and consciousness. When you go to the void will fill the entire framework. The void and the origin are not energy or pure rule. They are a type of factor in the state of chaos. They are not material or energy. Their nature is vaguely linked to the rule, and normal people cannot use them. However, they are indeed the foundation of the void. If you can't understand it, then consider 50% of the shattered and chaotic rule as part of it. The other 50% is the factor called void or origin. You can separate them out and treat them as a special existence. These two 50% existences together form the void and the origin environment. You can just say that I am a hollow ball filled with paint. Yun Nuashing was stunned. Her mind was filled with framework, skeleton, filler, and the like. She felt that she had become a lot weirder. Anyway, she was probably not a life form of the origin like them. Void and origin. I always thought that the origin refers to the void during the chaos era. That was why I named it the origin rule after copying the rule of that time. I never thought that it has another meaning. The situation is similar, but it is not the case. The existence of the origin is relatively weak and is filled with inertia. Even after the chaos era has passed and it has come to the new era, it has not changed much. It is not more than 10% different from the origin environment of the chaos era. You can feel that the current origin environment is not much different from the chaos era. However, it does not involve the 50% of the rule. The difference of less than 10% refers to the factor of the origin itself. The other half of the rule has already changed greatly with the change of the era. Just like the void environment of the new era and the chaos era has a difference of more than 80%, the shattered and chaotic rule in the origin environment has also changed by more than 80%. As she spoke, she seemed to sigh softly. As time passes, the great environment will also change with the passage of time. It is the influence of the great Yuan realm's own activities. It cannot be stopped, and there is no need to stop it. You only need to adapt to the changes of time and observe their changes. Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes. The changes of the great environment could not be stopped. However, for people like her who played with the rule, order, and concept, creating a suitable environment that was not affected by the great environment was not as troublesome as cooking. There was no need to stop it at all. She had long stopped caring about the great environment rule. Generally speaking, unless she personally cut something off, it would affect her and the ink monsters on the opposite side. Otherwise, the void activities and the great Yuan realm's activities, the storms that destroyed billions of lives, were just a sea breeze in the evening to her. All right, another part of the secrets of the great Yuan realm had been revealed to him. Although she had told him personally, and he had not revealed it himself, it did not make much of a difference. It was fine as long as he knew about it. He could only know about it. Otherwise, what else could he do? Even if he knew about it, could he use this information to do something? The nothingness environment and the source environment were both concepts that they couldn't manipulate. Currently, the only ones who could manipulate these two concepts were a group of people wandering around in the cycle of reincarnation, a group of people wandering around in the void, and who knew what the remaining two groups of people could do. However, since their previous selves belonged to order and were related to the origin heavenly God, it was possible that these two groups of people could do such a thing and pose a threat to the origin heavenly God. Anyway, they could not do anything. They really could not do anything. Common sense is indeed difficult to deal with and difficult to understand for normal life forms. She seemed to have seen through his thoughts and said softly, "However, if it's you, maybe you can give it a try." Yun Nuashing face-bombed and was speechless. Even if my original body is I don't know what it is, but now I am I don't know what it is, but I am still wearing the skin of a human. I should be considered a normal life form. Yes, normal. Hey, don't be normal. You are considered normal in the void. The other life forms are all things that have not been fully developed. Isn't that so? The guy who punched me in the face and made my hand swollen said that he is a normal life form. Why do I feel that something is wrong? Something is wrong. Something is wrong. Something is very wrong. The whispers that echoed in the space around Yun Nuashing made the veins on his forehead bulge. You eavesdroppers who do not show your faces. If you want to eavesdrop, then eavesdrop. Please do not express your opinions. Yun Nuashing coughed dryly and said, "At least I still look like a normal life form. Right? Even if I am not a normal life form, I still look like a normal life form on the surface." All of the heavenly origin gods hurriedly replied in unison, No. Regardless of whether it is on the surface or in reality, it cannot be described as normal. Yun Nuashing took a deep breath and threw his last hope to her. "Well, tell me I am actually very—" She turned her head and looked to the side. "Very unconventional, Yun Nuashing." Fine. He was already so unconventional that even the heavenly origin gods had to vote that he was not a human. This could be considered a joint statement from the order of the void. To put it simply, he was not a human at all. even though that was what he thought in the first place, if he was forced to separate himself. Phew, forget it, it was not that bad. Speaking of which, what should he call himself in the future? Feng Ling. Oh, Feng Ling, the observer of the divine realm? Oh no, there was no other way to say it. Regional titles were different from racial titles. For example, Hui was considered a human when he was alive. Even if he had now evolved into an energy life form, his soul still had the aura of a human, so he could still be called Hui, the human race. Of course, it was not impossible to call himself Hui, the energy life form. It was just that when he said it, 70% of the living beings would not understand what it meant. In the entire void, there were not many who had changed their life form into an energy life form. Probably no more than 3%, so there was very little knowledge. If he said, I am an energy life form, the minds of those with a lower level of life form would probably be filled with question marks. Then, if he said this to himself, it would be I don't know what Feng Ling is. He was not joking. He really did not know what he was. 5 minutes ago, the heavenly origin gods had discussed on the spot and only gave him a tentative name, derivative of nothingness and origin. It was such a long name that he was embarrassed to use it as a prefix for himself. However, since he did not go out to recognize people for many years, he probably did not need to use this name. Buffed, who cares? Are you that conflicted? As if she had seen him frown for too long, she couldn't help but say, Actually, it doesn't matter much, does it? Based on my understanding of you, you don't seem to care much about it, do you? It's one thing for me to say that. Yun Nuoxing's wrinkled face quickly shook for a while before recovering, but to be declared as a separate entity is a little conflicted. Ahem, let's not talk about this. What did you say I could do? What do you mean by try? She looked at him for a while and confirmed that he did not seem to care. She reached out her hand to check his condition. After confirming that there was nothing wrong, she continued, derivative of nothingness and source. As your life essence name suggests, maybe you can try to come into contact with the nothingness environment and source environment. It's not a normal contact or stay in the environment. Instead, try to treat them as existences and try to touch them. Yun Nuoxing's face twitched. The nothingness environment and source environment, one was more bad than the other. The nothingness environment. He was still used to calling it the land of nothingness. The things that existed there were just like its name, only nothingness. It was different from the void. According to conventional knowledge, the void was covered with a dense net of rules. On top of the net of rules, there was a thin layer of soil covering the rules and the conceptual layer of rules below. These two added up to the conventional knowledge of the void. As for its characteristics, it had been mentioned many times before. It had nothing. It was just a layer of foundation without any pillars. Naturally, it was useless, but at least the rules in the void were stable and had their own stable flow of rules. In short, it was a stable foundation environment. The billions of things that were derived from this foundation were what they knew as the world of order. Further down, if one crudely peeled off the void and crossed the rules and part of the concepts, what could be seen below the void was the land of nothingness. Its existence was similar to the void, but the difference was that the land of nothingness was a barren land in the true sense of the word. Even the 50% of the rules that existed, there were chaotic rules that could change at any time. It was hell, a bad place that was attacked by thunderstorms all year round. No one with a normal brain would want to live in this place. It could not be burned to death or struck to death, but it would be noisy no matter what. Compared to the land of nothingness, the environment of the void could be said to be a piece of ordinary land. Well, ordinary. What was hidden under the ordinary was that the conditions were not completely fixed, so it could derive billions of things because it was not completely fixed and things that could not change. If one continued down from this level, nothingness would be source, which was a level worse than the environment. To put it simply, nothingness's law of chaos could be seen as little children running and jumping around on the muddy road in the village. Then, nothingness's law of chaos could be seen as hundreds of millions of tyrannosauruses rampaging on the ground, living a daily life of shaking the earth and collapsing the earth. Ah, that's about the same meaning. It was enough to understand. Just as she had said, under normal circumstances, coming into contact with these two environments could be seen as passing by. Standing in the land of nothingness and the land of origin, one could look at the chaotic scene here and sigh, and immediately become a philosopher and sit down to think. Perhaps one could instantly become a sage and understand the great principles of life. What she meant by coming into contact was that she wanted him to stay, and she did not even set up a shelter to stabilize the foundation and put up 2 shields or something. Although I don't know what you're thinking, I can roughly say that you're probably wrong. She stretched out her hand and knocked on his head to bring him back to his senses. When he looked at her with a gloomy expression, she continued, "For other people, rashly coming into contact with the land of nothingness and the land of origin without any precautions would require one to be at the primeval stage to withstand the chaos there. However, for you, just like your life form, the land of nothingness and the land of origin are just like returning to a familiar place for you." Yun Nuashing's mouth twitched. Is it the feeling of returning to a doghouse? She raised her hand and knocked on his head. Yun Nuashing covered his head and stuck out his tongue. "What if you're wrong?" Actually, I have nothing to do with the land of nothingness and the land of origin. If I were to rush into the land of nothingness to take a bath naked, wouldn't I fall into a pot of water and directly shed my skin? All of the heavenly gods of origin. This little geisher is spouting a lot of nonsense today. She raised her head and heaved a deep sigh. Then, she turned her head away to indicate that she didn't want to look at him. However, she still continued to explain in a very serious manner. Our theories are based on many different laws and concepts. Perhaps there are differences in form, but in essence, there won't be too big of a difference. Even if our deductions are wrong and you have nothing to do with the land of nothingness and the land of origin, you'll still possess a level of power comparable to the land of nothingness and the land of origin. Given your nature, you won't be harmed in any way by entering the land of nothingness or the land of origin. If you're still feeling uneasy, you'll only need to weaken your defenses a little when you attempt to enter the land of nothingness and the land of origin. Yun Nuashing pursed his lips. He was just feeling uneasy. He possessed immense power, so he naturally didn't fear anything. It wouldn't be a problem for him to wander through the land of origin or the land of nothingness. But what if he suddenly lost it? Then he might just pass away. All of the fear in the world stemmed from a lack of power. It was easy to understand. Although he didn't feel much fear, there was a small precondition. If he really had to walk into the land of nothingness or the land of origin without anything, he would rather find a chaotic concept body and charge into it, even though he knew that the former's death rate and survival rate were 50-50, while the latter's death was certain. It was just a psychological problem. He was a little conflicted, and he would occasionally feel scared. However, this was a very normal fear. All right, let's change to another person. Let's change to a normal question. Asking him to charge into the land of nothingness or the land of origin naked was equivalent to asking a mortal with a body of flesh and blood to plunge into magma and thunderstorm clouds. He wouldn't be able to bring anything with him. Anyone who heard this would immediately shrink their neck and swallow their saliva, right? She stared at him as if she had seen through a lot of his mental activities and hesitation. Suddenly, she reached out her hand and placed it on his wrist. Yun Nuashing thought that this was just a routine check, so he didn't think much about it. Then, in the next second, he was dragged away. Come. Yun Nuashing's eyes were wide open as he was dragged to the edge of this broken land, to the thick storm cloud wall that stood at the edge. She brought him to a stop at the edge, and the two of them were only a few meters away from the cloud wall in front of them. He could clearly see the layer of blurry clouds moving quickly in front of his eyes, just like when he stood in front of the god's destruction storm and watched the storm that could destroy the void sweep past his eyes. Yun Nuashing looked at her in confusion. At this moment, she was still holding on to his wrist. She dragged him straight to the edge of the cloud and then stepped directly into the cloud. Yun Nuashing didn't feel that anything was wrong. In addition, she was beside him, so she didn't do anything. He just watched the layer of blurry fog hit his face, and his vision instantly became hazy. There was also some wind, a weak wind, but it didn't seem too serious. He had never experienced wind that could change directions 5 or 6 times in a minute. Other than that, there didn't seem to be anything wrong. Scratching his head with his other hand, Yun Nuashing watched as she continued to bring him deeper. Her figure was still very bright in the fog, and it wasn't covered by the fog. It was like a star hanging in front of him to guide the way, but he didn't know where it was leading him to. She pulled him deeper into the fog. After walking for more than 10 minutes without even doing a routine check, he finally couldn't help but ask curiously, "Where are we going?" "It's just here." She spoke softly and turned to look at him. Her soft voice sounded in his soul. "This is our destination. From the moment we entered here, we have already arrived at our destination. Going deeper into the fog will only allow you to feel the situation here more clearly. This is the edge of the broken land, an area created by the original environment. When you and I came in, we didn't put on any defenses. It's very obvious that you didn't feel anything strange and didn't automatically put on any defenses. Yun Nuashing." All right. She really pulled him into the lava, and they even swam in the lava for about 20 minutes. However, he really didn't put up any defenses, and he didn't feel anything strange. When he looked at the surroundings carefully, he could feel that it was indeed different from the usual environment. At every moment, it was as if there were billions of suns bombarding indiscriminately. The movements were all hidden in the dark, and it was caused by the chaotic laws rampaging here. Looking at it, it really did feel like there was a layer of fog, and it was a little blurry as if his eyes were covered with feces. "How is it?" She reminded him softly, and Yun Nuashing came back to his senses. He looked around for a while and scratched his head. "I don't feel anything. Just as we said it should be like this. I don't even feel anything else." Yun Nuashing quickly explained, "Didn't you ask me to come in contact with it directly? I didn't do anything special when I came in contact with it. I didn't achieve enlightenment on the spot, nor did I become a saint on the spot and then release a golden light or prepare to set off fireworks on the spot." She seemed to be deep in thought after listening to him. After a while, she looked up at him. "I don't know." Yun Nuashing, "The original environment of the broken land is the state of the original environment of the chaos era. It's more primitive than the original environment of your time. No, it's not because of that. Yes, with your current realm and state, you didn't feel anything strange when you stepped into this place. That's proof that you are related to the original environment." She muttered softly to herself, "Nothingness? Forget it. There's nothing strange in the original environment, and there won't be anything strange in the nothingness environment." Wait. Yun Nuashing hurriedly raised his hand to express that he had something to say. "I went to the Source's environment last time when AI Hongyan was fighting with the Chaos concept body. More than half of that place was Source's environment. When I went there with my shield, I saw that the shield was on the verge of collapse, as if it was being beaten by millions of Chaos soldiers. How could it? Energy is energy, and the original is the original. As you can see, even if the original does not affect us, as long as we release energy, it will still," she said as she held up an energy shield. Boom! The violent explosion sounded like a cannon being set off in the skull. It was as if billions of galaxies had exploded in the eardrums. The violent movement was like throwing a large black hole into the sun. Both of them were agitated. Then a creaking sound came from all directions. It sounded in the left ear and drilled out from the right ear. Then it reverberated in the brain, just like inside the skull. Hiss! She quickly pulled Yun Nuashing's hand, and only then did she put away the energy shield. The roaring sound did not disappear immediately. Although the thing that caused the violent tremors had disappeared, the movement caused by its appearance had caused a chain reaction. It was spreading further and further, and would probably not calm down for a while. However, the place where they were standing slowly regained its calmness. It was like standing in the center of a storm and watching the storm slowly dissipate from the center. Rubbing his itchy ears, Yun Nuashing grimaced. "All right, I understand. If you wear a mask, this thing won't admit it." They left the cloud wall and returned to the top of the palace. Looking at the edge, they could still see lightning flashing inside the cloud wall. It was the violent collision between the broken rules and the source. They could also see the movement caused by the collision spreading into the distance, like a wave. After one of her ideas was verified, Yun Nuashing felt even more dizzy. For a long time, she stared at the air in a daze. Her mind was filled with, "What the hell am I?" During this time, she also stood beside him in a daze and checked him every 5 minutes. However, seeing that he was too distracted, she did not report the results. Anyway, it did not matter whether she said it or not. If something really happened, she would have dragged him in without a word. "Yo, you still haven't come back to your senses?" The figure of the young man came out from the door on the top of the temple. He looked at the two who were still looking at the air in the same posture and laughed. "Still haven't figured it out?" Yun Nuashing continued to stare blankly with her goldfish eyes. The young man scratched his head and looked at her. "Everything is ready. When do you think we should start?" The situation is still within the ideal range. It can still evolve for a while. Let's put it aside for now. She turned her head and put her palm on his head. It's not too late to go when the situation is out of the ideal range. Are you sure you won't be strung up again if you carry him out of the state? There won't be a cliff-like situation, she said softly. And it's better for him to maintain the current state for a while. The situation of the order in this world is not good. You and I both know that. Since we have forced an unrelated task on him, we should at least give him some corresponding help. The young man turned his head to look at the sunlight and the surging cloud wall. He let out a long sigh. This world, the escape route that I left behind back then has really become what you said. Speaking of which, you knew it would be like this back then. Didn't you try to make a stronger defense or something? I don't know. And based on the upper and lower limits, I have already set up a corresponding defense and a second defense, but she shook her head. As you can see, it's just an inference of the future based on the situation back then. When the disaster comes, even if there is a warning, there is no way to know the exact situation when the disaster happens. All we can foresee is an avalanche. We can't accurately see what each snowflake does, and whether there are other accidents that affect the avalanche. All right. The young man turned his head and looked at the young man who was still in a daze. So you see him as hope? Just like the 771 paths. None of the other paths could be taken, so they treated him as one of the paths? Hope? Escape route? She shook her head again. The order doesn't talk about hope. It shouldn't talk about hope. As for the escape route, it's not like that. He is mine. Ugh, the young man shrugged. I'm stuck. It's a pity that I didn't say it. Chapter 1908. Inheritors. To them, inheritors were their own students, apprentices, juniors, and agents. With their age, they were more used to calling them children. Perhaps they would be straightforward and not deliberately arrange their identities between each other. They would just treat them as friends, interesting people, and interact with each other casually. However, she could not understand it very well. Looking at the real history of the Grand Yuan realm, more than 300 eras had passed. She had come into contact with countless beings of order, but none of them could truly become her inheritor. Perhaps the will of destruction was too powerful, and the void and the Grand Yuan realm did not need more wills of destruction. Therefore, from the beginning to the end, no one could inherit her power. It could not be continued, nor could it be passed on, but it did not matter. To her, there was no particular need for her to deliberately pass on her power to another person. Just like how she viewed the order and void from a neutral point of view. She did not care if the inheritors existed or not. It was not a big deal for her to travel alone, and there were some things that she preferred to do on her own. Some things? Well, it was just a war between order and chaos. That was all she had to do. Handing it over to others might not be reliable, and she would not be able to accurately determine what would happen in the future. Just like the 771 paths that all of them had prepared together. Even if she deduced that the paths left in the dark would encounter undetectable accidents based on the changes in the void, she could not prevent it from happening. They could not know what would happen in the future, and to what extent it would affect them. All they could do was to predetermine a vague outcome, as if it was an established fact. That was an idea that had not changed for more than 300 eras. At the very beginning, she might have had some expectations, but in the end, those expectations were all wiped clean by time. It was also when she felt that there was no need to pay attention to the matter anymore, he came. The void sent him to her, foreseeing his appearance and arrival more than 10 eras in advance. An indescribable person who regarded order and chaos as nothing, as if it did not matter whether the void was ruled by order or chaos. If not for the existence of his own concerns within order, he might have pulled himself away from the never-ending war, even if he belonged to order. That was what everyone thought. But in her eyes, he was just a person with a shield and a spear. His most commonly used excuse was that he still had some concerns within order, an excuse to deceive himself and others. Or rather, if he did not give himself a reason, he might not be able to find a path that he knew would lead him to a loss. Just like how he did not think that order and chaos were harmful. The reason he stayed within order was that he had found a sufficient reason for himself. That was why he would never stop moving forward until the end of his life and time. She had been watching him since a long, long time ago. Perhaps since she foresaw his appearance in advance, she had been watching him. With just a vague connection, she could search for the shadow of the uncertain future that would only exist in his future. Those were the shadows that he would leave behind on the millions of paths in the world. In the end, only one of them would be captured by the void, turned into an established fact, and carved into the void. But it did not matter. She was just curious to see what kind of nature this person, who would be involved with her in the future, was. That's why you watched from the beginning to the end. Even when the void truly sent him to you, you were still just watching. The young man shrugged and glanced at the little one who was still sitting on the ground, hugging her knees in a daze. Then, did you see anything? She tilted her head. I'm watching. The light on the young man's body flickered for a while. In other words, she could not see anything. She was trying very hard to stare, but still could not see anything. It was a lie. If the nature of observation was to determine whether he was a qualified heir, it had already been determined long ago. In fact, it did not even need to be determined at all. In the 33rd era, the void had sent him and her meeting in advance to them. It could even be considered as an established fact, a result of observation that had already been completed. And based on that foresight, it had kept it and did not deliberately distort anything. It was a lie. She was also lying. She knew that she had already finished her observation. Her observation, based on the fact that he was an inheritor, had ended long ago. However, inheritor, just as she had said earlier, everyone treated inheritors as their own students, friends, juniors, and so on. Then to her, he was her what? From the aspect of the war between order and chaos, she was not clear. She did not need the so-called heir to inherit power, nor was she interested in students or whatnot. That was the truth. So she could not define who he was to her based on that aspect. Then, from another aspect, what else could it be? I don't know. Perhaps he himself doesn't know. Judging from his resistance to their existence, I can guess a little. Although that resistance isn't a genuine resistance, it's more like he wants to complain. He complains that they force things that should be handled by them onto him, and he complains that they left behind too many messes. Yunwashing suddenly came back to her senses. She looked up with her eyes wide open. Seeing that she had just finished an inspection, she subconsciously asked, "What's the situation now?" "The awakening of the world core is good. It is strengthening the connection between you two. Don't worry," she replied softly. Then she mentioned another situation. "The core of order is slowly evolving. The awakening of the world core is also slightly slower. It's your energy flow that is insufficient." Yun Nuashing was speechless. Did that mean that the energy flow that he could pass through in one go was too small for his current state? Then, should he use the rules order energy form now? It would definitely increase the flow of energy by tens of thousands of times in an instant. There's no need to deliberately increase the speed of the evolution. Your current state is already the best. Forcefully interfering with their evolution speed will have the opposite effect on you. She saw through his thoughts and shook her head. "The effect on me? Oh, right, you two seem to have mentioned something about an ideal state. What is it?" Yun Nuashing opened her eyes wide. When she was in a daze just now, the two of them had said something in front of her that she did not understand. She was quite concerned about it. The young man was stunned. "Weren't you thinking about life just now? How did you notice what we were talking about?" Yun Nuashing put her hands on her hips. "Not completely. I only noticed a little. So, what were you talking about just now?" "The awakening of the world core and the evolution of the core of order." She turned to look at him and slowly explained, "When the heart of the realm awakens, it will absorb a large amount of energy. At the same time, it will release an enormous amount of power of laws and order. The power that belongs to us will slowly change the power that you hold in your hand. However, you won't be able to absorb much of it. Most of the energy, laws, and order will be absorbed by the core of order." Yun Nuashing pointed at herself. "So, I'm just a transfer station. The two of them are playing a game in my body, and I'm the venue." She nodded slightly. "That's the gist of it. At this time, the speed of their release and absorption is still within the range that you can bear. When you can't bear their gradually increasing flow, you should—" Yun Nuashing spread her hands out. "Come on, string me up. Do it. I won't resist." "You don't have to. I just need to take you to the sanctuary of creation." The young man did not know whether to laugh or cry. "Why do you like to talk about being strung up so much?" "About that." Yun Nuashing lowered her head and twirled her long hair. "You'll know when you're strung up. That's a psychological trauma. If you feel that stringing you up isn't traumatizing enough, then when you're strung up, let a group of people stand below and raise their heads to stare at you. Then you'll know how close the trauma is to hell." "Forget it. I don't want to know." The two twin-person rotation things in his stomach were actually placed on the spiritual level, but in his energy body, one was placed in his heart and the other was in his stomach. These two things were spinning and spinning, and as he watched, he saw what she said. The light in his heart was absorbing energy, the energy of the void and his energy. It was spinning at a very fast speed, and it was spinning vertically. As it spun, it threw out origin energy and origin rules. The energy from the top went in and out, and the energy from the bottom went in. It spun like a spinning top. The pure origin energy and origin rules that were thrown out would spin in his soul, and then surge into the lump in his stomach. At this moment, the latter, it looked like it was frozen. Its spinning speed was obviously much slower than before. Just by looking at the way it flashed with energy, it seemed like some unknown changes were happening inside, and he wanted to reach out and poke it a few times. Then he reached out his hand and poked his belly twice, causing her and the young man to stare blankly. This child seems to be a little obsessed. It's like his soul has been hit hard. The young man could not help but say to her in the soul, "Why don't you check his soul when you take him to the sanctuary of creation? It seems that he's hurt quite badly." She turned her head and glanced at him. She reached out and pressed Yun Nuashing, who was doing some unknown self-examination. After a moment, she nodded gently. It's about time. Let's go. Yun Nuashing nodded and spread her arms. Come, I'm ready. The young man covered his face with his palm. She looked at him up and down for a while. She then raised her hand and carried him directly to the sanctuary of creation. When he raised his hand, Yun Nuashing was prepared to be tied up and hung up, but he did not expect to be carried out. No, not carried like a cargo, but in front of her. This kind of posture, he might as well run over himself, especially when he saw her carrying him and rushing into the core of the creation sanctum. As soon as he pushed open the door, he saw dozens of white figures turn around and look at him in unison. Then the light on their bodies surged crazily, as if to express their surging emotions. At that moment, he simply wanted to dig a hole in the land of origin and hide in it as if he did not know anything. Then, thinking about the situations that often happened to him, he suddenly had an idea. He quickly closed his eyes and pretended to faint. Anyway, when he appeared in other people's hands, he was either unconscious or dying. This was an abnormal situation, so he might as well pretend that it wasn't abnormal. The girl and the others were also startled when they saw the little guy being carried in again. They quickly went up to him. What's wrong? Did something happen because you didn't calculate the time? She and the young man looked down and saw that this guy was pretending to be asleep. The young man shrugged. No, I calculated the time. It's just time. You're not young anymore. Stubbornness and arrogance are engraved in your bones. Now that you're being carried in, you feel ashamed, right? Let's not expose you this time. Let's see if you still want to talk about being strung up next time. So it's as planned? The girl stared at Yun Nuashing, who had just been placed on the hospital bed, and turned to look at her. If so, we'll prepare it right away. No, change the plan. Don't take it out. She shook her head. Let the heart of the world and the core of order fuse. Then, let them fuse into his soul. Everyone present was startled. The young man suddenly clapped his hands. Stop. I've never heard of something like this before. Didn't we say that to prevent more uncontrollable situations, we decided to take them out? It's just that before we take them out, we'll let them give this little guy a few more layers of strengthening or something. It's supposed to be like this. It's just that, we've noticed some new reasons. We can change the plan. Everyone was startled. It was as if their breathing had stopped. Yun Nuashing, who was lying on the bed, frowned. Her face was full of pain. Again, what kind of weird situation is this again? Glancing at Yun Nuashing, who was still pretending to be asleep, she looked at the young man and the others. She seemed to be explaining to them, but she was actually talking to someone who was pretending to be asleep. The previous deduction and verification have confirmed that he's related to the source and nothingness. If that's the case, fusing the core of order with the heart of the world and then fusing them into his soul will not cause any abnormalities. This is the best solution I can think of after confirming his vague essence. Yun Nuashing's face was full of confusion. Why don't you think about it again? We're not in a hurry, right? We have to be careful. If we fuse some weird things into his soul, he always feels that, he's already weird enough. If we just stuff some random things into his soul, wouldn't it turn into a garbage dump? Someone come an object. Oh, that's fine. If you say it's okay, then it shouldn't be a problem. The young man and the others nodded in agreement without much thought. Yun Nuashing. Why don't you guys object? After struggling for a while between the two choices of awkwardness and becoming a garbage dump, Yun Nuashing was about to sit up and say that she wanted to object. But then she felt a hand pressing on her forehead. Her energy, which she could not be more familiar with, suddenly drilled into her mind. Her consciousness suddenly became blurry. Then we'll proceed according to the previous arrangement. You guys get ready to create, so I'll stabilize the soul. A dazed voice drifted into her ears. Yun Nuashing could clearly feel that her consciousness and soul were drifting away. She could not help but smile bitterly in her heart. It's over. I've directly knocked her out with a slap. Now I can't even speak. When I open my eyes this time, I'm afraid that there will really be some weird things in my eyes. Just when Yun Nuashing thought that he would fall into a deep sleep and was prepared to wake up after a few days, he suddenly felt a rapid fall. His consciousness suddenly became clear. He could clearly feel that he had plunged headfirst into an abyss and was being pulled down by gravity. The whole feeling lasted for about a minute before he suddenly realized that he was falling. That was it. After that, he did not react at all. It was as if he could feel that he was falling. He knew that if he maintained this posture, he might leave a mark on the ground. But he did not move for a long time. It was as if his body had rejected his control. He knew that he was going to die, so he had to do something quickly. His body indicated that it was stunned. Yes, it was this strange feeling. Although he did not know what was happening at this moment and what kind of situation he was in, his body was stunned. He just needed to give a stronger hint. "Ha! I'm going to die. Hurry up and move, you idiot." Perishing together with himself didn't sound fun at all. Are you going to wet the bed in your dreams? His eyes suddenly came into contact with the light again. Countless rays of light broke through the darkness like the sudden emergence of the sky. His vision instantly returned to normal. At the same time, a strange scene appeared in his vision. An upside-down, blood-red sky and land appeared in his vision. There were mountains in the distance, black clouds and fog. The land looked like a sandy desert, but a little further away, it had a texture like ice. In the extreme distance, there were mountains as sharp as blades rising from the ground. They pointed downwards, like pillars hanging upside down in the sky. Huh, hanging upside down? Yun Nuashing was stunned for 2 seconds. The whistling wind blew his robe and long hair. He suddenly recovered from the shock of seeing a strange place. He was falling. Bang! He fell from the sky like a javelin and landed heavily on the ground with his face on the ground. Yun Nuashing could feel himself bouncing up 1 or 2 meters with a bang. His whole body trembled violently for a while. Although his body's reaction had subconsciously completed a somersault when he bounced up, but his face hurt. Yun Nuashing waved his hand to disperse the blood-red smoke in front of him. He covered half of his numb face and tears came out of his eyes. His voice became muffled. "It hurts. I'm flat." Yun Nuashing rubbed his face to regain some of his senses. Only then did he really start to look at this strange place. The space was a strange space. The blood-red ground was covered with jagged rocks. The mountain range that was as sharp as a spear blade rose from the ground from far to near. The blood-red sky was covered with black clouds. In addition, there was a strange light blue net all over the sky. The net cut the whole sky into many squares of different sizes. The squares were uneven, and most of them were not completely closed. They were like lines that kept spreading out horizontally and vertically, but would not touch each other. They spread out disorderly and tried not to collide with each other. Together, they formed a large net like the one in front of him. The light blue net released a circle of white light every 1 or 2 minutes and streaked across the sky at a speed that was not very fast. Every time it streaked across a place, he could see the light blue net flashing as if responding to it. So, Yun Nuashing took a deep breath. What the hell is this place? He fell from the sky. Beneath his feet was a flat ground. The ground was not as fancy as the sky. It was just a sandy ground and not very solid. He could see a big pit where he had just landed. If the impact was smaller, he might have been able to find his face. Looking up at the sky and the earth for a long time, he scratched his head. Other than the white halo that appeared in the sky every 1 or 2 minutes, there seemed to be no other movement. This place was like a dead world. Other than the topographic distribution, he could see mountains, valleys, and peaks. He could not see anything else. He felt that there should not be any living creatures in this place. Judging from the color of the blood red and the black clouds, it was a bit like the hell that Xiaoxi had told him. He was talking about the space called hell in the realm of the gods. But it seemed that this place did not exist during the Dark Age. It also did not exist during the Ancient Age. At this time, The second divine duty did not nag him about the existence of hell. It was probably the same as the demon realm. It was built by the later life. For some reason, it was built. In that case, this place shouldn't be that place. Moreover, he was slapped into this place by her, so this should be a space related to them. Yun Nuashing scratched his head and looked up. Even after looking for a long time, he could not find any clues. He fell from the sky, and there was only a strange and incomprehensible scenery around him. The sky did not look like the pure sky, and the ground did not look like the complete ground. It was a sandy and blood-red ground. But if he was not surprised, it should be a piece of ice. Even the aura in the air made him feel that something was not right. He had been to many worlds, but the number of times he encountered something so strange was not many. Although it is a bit confusing, but according to the custom of trespassing, Yun Nuashing condensed the energy in his finger into an energy stick and stabbed it into the ground. He let it fall in a random direction, then waved his hand and walked forward. Anyway, let's go forward first. Chapter 1909. It was a strange place, a true barren land. Although the term could be used as a comparison, almost half of the void was considered barren for beings of their level. Even if it was not such a barren land but a bustling city, he could still point at the city and say that it was a barren land. Its energy was too barren. No matter how bustling it looked, it was barren. Therefore, this was a time to be clearer. For example, this land illuminated in blood, whether mortals or higher beings would treat it as a barren place where even birds would not shit. Moreover, staying here for too long would easily cause various mental and psychological illnesses. The environment here was so oppressive that even higher beings would frown. There was no greenery at all, and there was no telling if there were any living beings here. Even if there were, they probably did not care about greenery. But this place is really barren and very strange. Around him was a dark brown forest. The forest was not ordinary land, but a swamp that exuded a strange smell. He was now treading deeply in the swamp, holding back his disgust as he waded through it. If it were up to him, he would have wanted to fly over. But above the swamp, about 2 to 3 meters above, the sky was solid. It was a piece of space that had suddenly solidified into a huge object. Looking past the tree branches that blocked the sun, he looked up at the sky that was in the shape of a funnel, covering the sky for thousands of miles. The solidified space had swallowed the surrounding trees, but the space did not seem to have any effect on them. Instead, it was the net imprinted in the sky that was abnormal. The strange light blue net was no longer composed of neat horizontal and vertical lines where the funnel solidified. Instead, the horizontal and vertical lines had become crooked, and the entire net had become crooked, like some kind of impressionist painting. No, an abstract painting. Anyone who came here would not be able to recognize that it was a net, and would only think that it was scribbled lines instead of a neat net. It was obvious that the space was distorted into such a state. Visually, it was almost as if the sky had collapsed, and it just happened to be 2 to 3 meters above his head. Looking at it from such a close distance, he could clearly see the light blue twisted net. Among the large and small lines, there were actually smaller energy lines that were wrapped together. The surging light had a neat beginning and end, flashing from left to right. It made him feel that the light blue net was sending energy to somewhere from left to right. For the time being, Yun Nuashing wasn't sure if anything would happen if he touched this strange thing rashly, so he didn't touch it. Instead, he obediently waded into the swamp. Ugh! The feeling and the sound made him feel disgusted. He felt like he was going to kick something under the swamp, but he wasn't sure if it was a tree root. After waiting in the swamp for more than 10 minutes, Yun Nuashing saw that the light blue net was beginning to climb, little by little. After observing for a while, he emerged from the swamp and quickly crossed the swamp to come to the blood-red sandy ground. But this time there were no trees or rugged rocks by the side of the road. In front of him was a straight sandy ground, and on both sides of the road were 2 frozen lands. The blood-red mirror reflected the appearance of the sky, and the light blue net was clearly reflected. Upon closer inspection, this place was a bit similar to the space in the realm of the gods, the conceptual and abstract space where the origin energy was sealed. 5 eras ago, when he went to restart the primordial god's protection, he went there once. But if he really wanted to compare it to that place, well, since they were both conceptual spaces, the space in the realm of the gods, whether it was the sky, the land, or anything else, the appearance of the materialized products formed by the laws in this space was very different from the original appearance of the space in the real world. So if this blood-red sky and land in front of him were a conceptual space of laws, then the things contained in it corresponded to the space in the real world. Which things were which things? He didn't know. He couldn't recognize it. He didn't even feel the aura of rules and order. It was as if they were telling him that everything that existed in this space was pure, and that the materialization of concepts was just his imagination. Looks like you've floated to an unexpected place. The voice that suddenly sounded in his soul startled Yun Nuashing. He instantly turned around and looked at his surroundings. There was no one. Stunned, he looked up at the sky and asked, "Who's talking?" "Wait a moment. I'm coming." Yun Nuashing was looking up at the sky in a daze because of the voice that suddenly sounded. Suddenly, some white cloud energy floated out of his body. Something was coming out of his body and then landed in front of him, condensing into a figure made of white light. Yun Nuashing looked at her with his eyes wide open. "How did you get out of my body?" She shook her head slightly. "It's consciousness and soul. I'm chasing your consciousness and soul that have drifted away." Drifted away. Yun Nuashing pointed at himself. "Where did my soul float to? Am I not still lying in the sanctum of creation? You knocked me out with a single slap. I'm just guiding you into a deep slumber." She shook her head lightly and stroked her long hair casually. "The matter in the sanctum of creation has already been completed. We were about to guide you to wake up, but we found that your consciousness and soul had disappeared. They didn't stay in the body that was projected in the broken land, so I chased after them." Yun Nuashing. All right, this talent of sneaking away had already reached the soul. They didn't even know when it came out. This was probably already at the acme of perfection. However, this sounded a little strange. When he entered that dilapidated land, didn't he enter with his consciousness and soul? Then his soul ran away. Logically speaking, he should have woken up. What was the meaning of the body that was projected there? Your connection with the broken land is based on our energy and the sea of consciousness that has completed the reconstruction. Your soul and consciousness did not leave your body and come here. Instead, with your soul and consciousness as a bridge, a body formed by your consciousness and soul is projected in the broken land. For the time being, you can say that you have 2 bodies at the same time. One is sleeping in the real world, and the other is with us. Your soul and consciousness came here from the body in the real world. Yun Nuashing, it sounds like my soul has left my body. She nodded lightly. To put it simply, this is indeed the case. Moreover, the 2 spaces are islands that are separated by the sea of consciousness. They will never be able to touch each other. The only ones affected are you, the bridge itself, and the user. No one else can touch this bridge. Yun Nuashing nodded and made a sound to show that he understood. But even if he did not understand, the problem was not particularly big. To put it simply, his body in the observer space was just an empty body. His soul and consciousness should have run out to take a stroll. He was busy wandering around the land of origin, and then, as he was wandering, the soul and consciousness of the body on the land of origin suddenly ran away again. Then she felt that something was wrong and followed the traces left by his soul all the way here. It was ridiculous. Not only did his soul leave his body, but he even left his body twice. He didn't know what kind of strange thing he had cultivated that finally made him crazy. This wasn't as simple as having his soul leave his body. This was more like having his soul split, and and it felt a little strange to see her come out of his body. Forget it. He didn't want to think too much about it. He felt that more strange ideas would pop up if he continued to think about it. Okay, I understand the cause and effect. Ah, no, I don't understand. So where am I? And why am I here? Yun Nuashing just nodded and shook her head vigorously. I don't have the habit of wandering around in my sleep. I definitely don't. It's not that I don't. She looked at him and then looked at the blood-red world. I don't know why. We only found that your soul left your body, but we didn't find out why it came here. We'll have to wait for a while to find out the specific reason. As for where this place is, she turned to look at him. Don't you feel the atmosphere here? Or don't you recognize it? What atmosphere? I don't feel anything. Yun Nuashing shook his head vigorously. In just a short while, he almost shook his head until it flew out. Could it be that this is some strange place related to you? No, it's not related to us, but... no, you can say that. But it's not only related to us. She looked up slightly and seemed to take a deep breath. Then she slowly said to Yun Nuashing, "This is the source environment. The source environment, and it's the source environment of the chaos era. It's normal that you don't feel it. First, you are related to the source environment. When there are no fluctuations in the laws, it's really difficult to feel the abnormality here. Look, this is the second time you've come into contact with the source environment in a short period of time. Once again, it proves that there's nothing wrong with you merging with the source environment. Yun Nuashing. Okay, I get it. The source environment. The source environment. Yun Nuashing held his head and did not know whether to laugh or cry. Then, where is this place? You said this place is not related to you. Then, what is this place? The source environment. Don't tell me this is a space related to the chaos concept body? No. This space has nothing to do with the chaos concept body and has nothing to do with us. This place. She turned to look at him, and when he put on a shocked expression, she said softly, should be a space related to you. Hiss, Yun Nuashing gasped. But before he could start to fill in the blanks, he heard her continue. The source environment of the chaos era originated from the first light. It's the atmosphere that made up this space. So, what's left is only things and things related to you. In other words, this space is a space related to you. Me. Related to me? Yun Nuashing turned to look at the place and took a deep breath. His face was wrinkled. This godforsaken place was actually related to him. This godforsaken place was all blood red. No, he always felt that this should be her color. The destruction energy was red and black. Although the colors did not match perfectly, but, could it be his own destruction energy? He thought about it carefully. When he used the destruction energy purely, it seemed to be red and black. Could it be that the entire space was a manifestation of something that he owned? Is there a more specific way to put it? Yun Nuashing subconsciously reached out to pull her and pointed at his wrinkled face. I'm walking in my own body or something. It sounds a little weird. Oh, that's not the case. I've already said that the atmosphere here is related to the primordial environment of the primordial chaos era. Only the space itself here is related to you. Everything else is basically created from the primordial environment, be it the color of the sky or the ground. They are all colored by the primordial environment. She raised her finger and pointed up, then shook her head at him. Originally, this concept manifestation space that is related to oneself could be stripped layer by layer, stripped of everything that is stained in this body and restored to the original self. That is to say, you can see the essence of a life's birth, but you are completely merged with the first light, so you can't strip the source environment of this place. You can only make do with it. Yun Nuashing. It's just that I've stained myself with too many colors. But since I'm related to the source environment, I guess the environment created by my true self is not too different from what I'm seeing now. She shook her hand and turned around to grab his hand and led the way forward. Come this way. The old horse seemed to know the way, and seemed to know where to go and what to see there, which made Yin Nuashing very curious. But just now he thought of another question. Hey, do you think I'm the original sea of the Sea of Consciousness? Ah, this was not nonsense. It had been almost 90 eras since the beginning of time, and he did not have any impression of the Sea of Consciousness. But this thing stubbornly stayed in his soul, from the Dark Age to the Ancient Age to the 139th era, and still clinging to him like a dog's skin ointment. How could he not be suspicious? She shook her head and denied it. The birth, condition, and method of the Sea of Consciousness has nothing to do with the source environment, even if its existence is quite mysterious. But one thing is for sure, its latter level is not as high as the source environment. Stripping the Sea of Consciousness and throwing it into the source environment will destroy it. But when stripping, as the current carrier of the Sea of Consciousness, you may suffer damage to your consciousness and soul. I didn't say stripping. I'm just guessing if it has something to do with me, Yin Nuashing muttered. After all, I didn't know that the Sea of Consciousness was with me. It was only when you guys mentioned it that I knew that I had such a thing hidden in my body, so I thought, if that is the case, there is a reason for suspicion. However, the Sea of Consciousness would not give birth to life, just as it would not become life itself. It is an environment in itself, and such environments are exceedingly chaotic and unstable. The environment would not be stable for long periods of time, unable to use stable energies and rules to weave and construct life, and hence unable to give birth to life. For the void, the most difficult process of birth would be origin life forms, and even they would have a tiny cradle of their own when they were first born. It is a stable space with a loophole, and it is precisely because it is sufficiently peaceful that origin life forms could be born. Oh, Yin Nuashing replied dryly. He had just thought of it, and he was not sure himself. He looked down and saw that she was holding his hand and walking in front of him. The wrinkles on her face appeared again. It did not feel right to say that she was leading the way. It felt like she was leading a 3 or 2-year-old child so that he would not die as he walked. This is not right, this is not right, this is not right. Just now, when they went through the cloud wall in the broken land, he was also led by her like this. He quickly took 2 steps forward and walked side by side with her. Then he turned his head and looked at the 2 of them walking hand in hand. Hey, isn't this even more wrong? Forget it. God knows what he was feeling conflicted about. Anyway, ever since he met them, the number of wrinkles on his face had increased. If it weren't for the fact that he was immortal and didn't pretend to be an old monster, not only would he have wrinkles on his head, but other wrinkles would also have appeared. So, where are we going? He looked up at the road ahead. The light blue lines on the ice on both sides of the road were rapidly retreating as they walked forward. He looked at the sky and still could not see anything different. Go forward to where we should go. She raised her other hand and pointed forward, using her colorful origin energy to leave a clear path ahead. The deepest part of the concept manifestation space is not fixed. Every time we enter, it will appear in a different place. It is the most difficult thing to find in itself. It may be difficult to find by oneself, but it is very easy for others to find that place. So, most people who come to the concept manifestation space will find another person to help them. However, not many people come here often. But even if it is difficult to find by oneself, can't we find it slowly? A little difficult does not mean that it is completely impossible. It just takes a little more time. Yin Nuashing scratched his head, not understanding the necessary relationship between the 2. The concept manifestation space is equivalent to turning one's consciousness and soul into a state of disintegration. Furthermore, it is a state of deep disintegration, and it cannot be maintained for too long. Therefore, to find the concept manifestation space, unless one is already extremely familiar with this space and is already quite experienced, even if it is one's own place, one can only rely on pure luck. Yin Nuashing. So I am now in a state of disintegration? Don't worry, I have already stabilized your body, consciousness, and soul before we came. You just have to find the exit at the center within the specified time. I am familiar with this place. Just follow me," she said softly, as if afraid that he would be too worried, and even squeezed his hand. "Don't worry. Yin Nuashing." "No, you really don't have to use such a strange tone. It seems quite normal." He just felt strange. Well, it was his turn to think nonsense all day long, and he had no right to criticize Hui. According to the situation of this space, it should be able to last for 20 hours and more than 5 minutes. However, it seems that there is only about 5 hours left. I should have come in a little late, but there is still no need to be nervous. If anything happens, they will guide your soul back from the outside and forcibly guide it back. It will not be too much of a problem. What you mean is, you may have to lie in the sanctuary of creation for a day or two. Let's hurry. Oh, the bed renewal fee, right? He got it. He just didn't know why he ended up in this place. While he was still muttering in his mind, Lin Sanjiu pulled him to walk faster. It seemed like she was right about time. Speaking of which, when he came in, he didn't seem to have wandered around for 15 hours. Could it be that he didn't even realize that he had wasted some time while he was here? By the time he hit the ground face first, more than 10 hours had passed. What is that?" Yun Nuashing asked instinctively when he came back to his senses and noticed that there was something in front of him. Looking at the spectacular scene in the distance, he could not help but take a deep breath. That was a stream of light or a stream of water. It was not clear. It seemed to be made up of countless flowing things, such as countless visible lights or simply thousands of tiny streams of water pieced together. The overall color was still blood red, but the surface was covered with dislocated, densely packed lines of different colors. It was a riot of colors, like a dark river dotted with fireflies. It had a very silky feel. It was not clear whether it was a stream of light or a stream of water. In short, it was something that was flowing. For the time being, it was a mighty waterfall. However, it was a waterfall that rushed from the bottom to the top. It surged up from the ground and rushed to the sky, perhaps thousands of miles high. Then it split from the top, as if it had turned into thousands of pieces of cloth and spread in all directions. It was a very strange feeling. Looking at the part that rose to the sky from the bottom, his senses clearly told him that it was something like a stream of water, whether judging from the texture or the details. But when it rose to the top and separated, it turned into cloth and silk-like texture again. The pieces of cloth and silk that spread across the sky and earth did not spread over their heads. They stopped about 100 or 200 miles away. Standing there, he could still feel that the cloth seemed to be fluttering in the wind. As they fluttered, he felt that they were streams of light, and the slightly transparent tail with dislocated colors looked like the aurora. His senses were already in a mess. The visual contradiction of this thing was too strong. It's not a visual problem. It has switched 3 times in your perception, just like the 3 forms that you recognize. She explained softly, the things shown in the concept manifestation space are all related to your cognition. The more you know, the more complicated, and the more vague it is, the easier it is for an object to appear in many forms in front of you, and none of them will make you suspicious at all. This is because those things are basically pieced together by similar things that you have seen before. The more you know and encounter, the more things and forms will appear in front of you. As she said, she suddenly pulled him in a circle and deliberately came in front of the thing that looked like a stream of light, a waterfall, a silk, and an aurora. She deliberately passed by it, and when she passed by, she reached in and touched it in front of him, but her hand did not really grab anything. Look, it's just an illusion. This part of the conceptual manifestation is just an illusion. No matter how real it is in your eyes, there is no way you can touch it. With a 100% difference in mood, Yin Nuashing carefully reached out his hand to touch it. Actually, it felt a little like as if he put his hand into an area where strong wind was blowing. He could clearly feel something brushing past his palm. Just hanging on the side, it did look a little beautiful. If it were not for the death omen above his head that reminded him that his bed was about to be renewed, he might have stood here for a while to look at it. This scene was rare, so it was good to see more of it. She seemed to know what he was thinking. She pulled him with her hand and flew away. Yun Nuashing kept looking back. After a few minutes, the magnificent Aurora Silk Waterfall, the name that he just came up with, was completely out of sight. He turned back to look at the front. In front of him was still the blood-red land, and the ground was still the same sandy ground. However, it was no longer a plain that could be seen at a glance. The ground was covered with cracks. Looking down from the sky, it looked like a crack, but if he went down to see it in person, he would be able to tell that it was a crisscrossing abyss. They seemed to have come to a land that was about to disintegrate. Even the mountains in the distance had changed from slender blades to endless mountains and precipitous ridges. This strange scene of crisscrossing abyss and precipitous ridges made Yun Nuashing a little curious about what this part of the manifested concept meant to him. Was it something that he had known before? Or specifically, what did it mean to him? Well, he was a little curious, but he could not see it at all. It seemed that he could understand what she meant by "it's hard to find." She turned to look at his curious eyes and said softly, "If you are really curious, I can help you see." No. Yun Nuashing shook his head vigorously. "You are kidding. If she saw it, wouldn't it be the same as opening up his soul to them? Well, it didn't seem to be that bad, right? Anyway, he had no secrets in front of them. No. Even if he knew that they knew, and even if they knew that he knew, he must not nod his head at this moment. Having his dark history dug out behind his back and having it read out in front of him were two different things. Moreover, this was a group of people who were watching him as a show. That was even worse. This was social suicide. Chapter 1910. He had been to 2 conceptual spaces. One was the one in the realm of the gods, and the other was here. It was a place related to himself. Both places were equally magical and abstract. It was like a great painter who was drunk and suddenly had an epiphany and casually waved his brush and sprinkled ink to create something magical and abstract. The onlookers expressed that they could not understand it, but they felt that it was very impressive. In fact, this thing might really be just graffiti, but the great painter was too embarrassed to say it when he saw the onlookers praising him. After all, a painter was just a painter. What did he know about painting? In this colorful and bizarre place, the things presented in front of him were basically essence. To be precise, based on a certain kind of cognition. The essence manifested. Billions of things in the world would manifest in countless ways because of billions of cognition. Even if its essence did not change at all and it was what it was supposed to be, it would naturally have different appearances in the eyes of different people. This was also a scenery that belonged to everyone. Of course, the premise was that this bizarre and abstract scene that made one's head hurt happened to meet someone's gaze, and that person could sit down and admire it. In any case, in his opinion, this ever-changing and bizarre place did have some pretty good sceneries, but it was too dazzling. After looking at it for a long time, it was easy to feel that one's brain and eyes were out of sync and one could not tell who was dragging who down. Yun Nuashing could not help but look away from a big tree that was upside down. What kind of strange cognition could manifest such a strange thing here? A tree with a crown buried in the ground and its roots spreading wildly towards the sky? Did he hit his head somewhere and come up with this strange cognition? Shaking his head, Yun Nuashing looked up at the sky and then at the land in front of him. The blood-red land had returned to its original appearance of a boundless plain. The strange ice surface and lofty mountains were only minor adjustments that occasionally appeared. Even more occasionally, there were things that were clearly out of the norm, such as the upside-down tree just now. There were other things that he could not be bothered to mention. After seeing it with his own eyes, he would know why it was so abstract. There were not many things in this place that were normal. It might be better if he did not bring his brain in, But if he really wanted to fuss over every single thing, he might have already lost his mind by the time he left. After a few days, he would enter again after tidying up his cognition, and he might see a completely reconstructed concept manifested space, and then even more strange things. Well, he had found a strange way to refresh his cognition. This was him refreshing his cognition with himself, round after round without stopping. After he was done, he could probably solemnly put it in a box and worship it or bury it because it had already been refreshed to the point that it was cold. He reckoned that there was no end to this strange space. For someone like him who knew about the void and nothingness, the concept of infinity definitely existed. Regardless of whether it was a tree by the roadside or a green onion, as long as it really existed, this was definitely not a space of limited size, unless he wanted to compete with himself and insist that this space was limited. We're almost there. Her voice echoed softly in his ears. Yun Nuashing turned his head and focused on her. He saw that she raised her hand and pointed to the distance ahead. After crossing the boundary here, you will be close to the core of the manifested space. Even if the concept and cognition are in a state of infinity, as long as you follow its own trajectory, you will be able to find the deepest part of the core. It was still a human language, but Yun Nuashing expressed that he might not be able to understand what was going on in this space. Anyway, he really did not see anything else. Other than strange things, there were even stranger things in his sight. Actually, she did not need to remind him. After all, she was the one pulling him and flying. He was just pretending to be serious and following beside her. In order to avoid looking like an adult holding a child's hand, he was trying very hard to fly beside her. Besides, his mind was in a mess now. He was almost at the limit of his mental endurance when he refreshed himself. If he continued to refresh himself, he might be blown into a box and sunk into nothingness. So he decided to give up thinking and brain. For now, he would just be a fool and not know anything. For the next period of time, Yun Nuashing was focused on being dragged along. Time without thinking was a bit torturous, but he really did not want to see those strange things anymore. After thinking about it, he simply counted the minutes and seconds. We have reached the boundary. Wait a minute. Let me check the surroundings. We are close to the threshold of time. There may be some changes at the boundary. She suddenly spoke, interrupting him while he was counting. She left him where he was and floated to the side. Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes. He had forgotten how long he had been counting. He simply looked up at the boundary that she mentioned, and then sighed with a headache. Sure enough, it was another thing that looked very abstract. The thing in front of him was a light curtain of aurora, hanging from the sky to the ground like a curtain covering the entire space in front of him. He tried to look up and see the edge of the light curtain that was close to the illusory top. The moment he saw the transparent part at the top of the aurora curtain suddenly became solid, and the transparent part suddenly extended upward for a long distance. He followed the extending transparent part with his eyes, and then he gave up. This thing also did not have an end. The aurora curtain in front of him was blood red, but hidden behind it was a grayish-white color. It was supposed to be a curtain woven by light, but when it was fluttering in front of him, it actually blew out a gust of wind with a breath of light, making it look like it had a physical body. The middle section of the curtain really seemed to be solid, like ribbons hanging down from above, constantly fluttering and changing colors. Those ribbons were also like energy reflections. Looking at them, he realized that the interior of the ribbons reflected a grayish-white energy sea, and the sea had... he was already dizzy, and he was about to split open. He felt that he could keep looking at this thing. Later, he would see something from the grayish-white sea, and then he would see more from this thing, and the cycle would keep going on and on without stopping. He approached the aurora curtain and couldn't help but reach out to touch it. In a flash, he felt as if his hand was being pulled by high-energy lightning. A wisp of blood-red lightning even wrapped around his palm. He subconsciously glanced at the lightning wrapped around his hand. It was inside. Before he could see more strange things, he quickly crushed the lightning. This space was really full of strange things. The concepts around here are a little unstable, but it's not a big deal. It won't hinder us from passing." She swayed back from the side and subconsciously grabbed his hand. She whispered, "Let's go." "The concepts are not stable. Is it because we've been here for too long?" "It's basically like that. This space has been manifested for 18 hours, and there's not much time left. It's starting to shrink from the edge, bit by bit returning to the core in front of us. All the concepts will start to flow and shrink towards here. As the shrinking speed increases, the flow of the concepts will increase, and the space will become even more unstable. At that time, we will see the scene of all the abstract things in the space begin to collapse, until it completely reverts to the state of pure concepts." As she spoke, she began to pull him forward. "Stay close to avoid any accidents." Yun Nuashing hurriedly moved closer and looked around. He actually did not see anything, but judging from what she said, this space felt like, well, if he was a ball with a diameter of 1 meter, when this space was expanded, his diameter would expand from 1 meter to 1,000 miles, and everything inside would maintain the same ratio and begin to turn from an illusory form into a physical form. Then, when the space closed, they would return to their illusory form, squeezing back to their original position with the shrinking space. Oh, that made sense. No wonder they had to get out before the space closed. If they did not get out in time, they would be squashed by the shrinking space. When my body came into contact with the aurora curtain, I felt as if I was being massaged by a series of crackling thunderbolts. My body trembled, and I felt a numbing sensation all over my body. It seemed to be quite addictive. Cough, cough. No, actually, it didn't feel that good. It was just that I knew it was a slight tingling sensation, but it wasn't particularly clear. It passed in a flash, and my body didn't even have time to react. Then it urged me to sense it again to strengthen my memory. After stepping into the aurora curtain, the crackling sensation disappeared. Yun Nuashing thought that he would see the gray-white sea of energy, but when he looked up, he was stunned. He did not see the sea of energy, and there was still a blood-red land in front of him, but it was beginning to fade. At this time where he was standing, he could still see the sky and land clearly, but further away. Little by little, the color was losing, as if everything was fading. Besides, he also clearly felt that something was not right. This place is not covered by the concept itself? She suddenly let out a slightly surprised voice. The concepts and cognitive concepts that cover the entire space are slowly fading here. It should not be. The core of the concept manifestation space should be the place with the greatest coverage of cognitive concepts in the entire space. It is the source that is close to the essence, but here the coverage of the concept has decreased a lot. Yun Nuashing pulled her hand. "Say something that I can understand." "As I said just now, all the concepts in the concept manifestation space originate from you, whether it is the cognition that you have experienced or the cognition that you have heard. All these cognition and concepts together construct the concept manifestation space that you have manifested. It is like planting countless trees in a desert. The trees are your cognition, the concepts you know, and the forest made up of countless trees is you. Their existence contains countless things that you know. In other words, you are a forest. The closer you are to the center, the more lush and dense the trees should be, but she waved her hand and gestured at the scene that was beginning to fade. The place that should be the densest is beginning to turn into a desert. Yun Nuashing scratched her pretty face. "I understand. I am a stubborn guy, so the core is no concept." "That's not the case. As you said, stubborn people have a set of understanding and concepts that are too deeply rooted. They are so deep that they cannot be shaken at all. The core of their concept manifestation space is even more changeable, and the coverage of their concepts and knowledge far surpasses the periphery, and far surpasses that of other people." Yun Nuashing thought again. "You can't say that I am actually a guy without a mind of my own, can you? No, you are still wrong. No matter what the essence of life is, the The core of the concept manifestation space is definitely the place with the highest coverage of cognitive concepts. After all, the things that contain the most here are everything related to oneself. If you insist on using normal circumstances to discuss your current situation, it should be said that everything related to yourself is blank. She turned to look at him and said very slowly, that is to say, you have no concept to speak of. Yun Nuashing. It's over. What kind of situation is this? Maybe your subconscious mind can't judge yourself. Or maybe you have defined yourself as something that cannot be judged. Based on your own situation, it should be the latter. However, if your consciousness and soul can't even define what you are, this shouldn't have happened. Even if you don't know what you are, your consciousness and soul have been clearly divided when you were born. Even if the concept and cognition of your own existence can't be known by yourself, it definitely exists here. It won't change because of whether you know it or not. Even if you define yourself as something that cannot be judged, you're just covering up this part of the concept and cognition that you were born with. You can still find it on the ground, but here, she was silent. She was silent. She was silent for a while. Then she waved her hand. Let's go forward first. Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes. He felt that the atmosphere had changed. It was the atmosphere that came with her that had changed. It was like there was a slight feeling of uncertainty. No, he felt that something was wrong. The blood-colored sky and earth gradually faded as they moved forward, losing their color. The blood turned orange and then light brown. The things in their line of sight decreased as well. The mountains in their line of sight became shorter as they moved forward, and the valleys began to be filled up. The undulating mountains and valleys were getting closer to the flat ground, becoming flat bit by bit. He did not know what it meant, but he knew that he was getting closer to the core of the conceptual manifestation space. Everything that existed here should have revealed something about him. Yes, it should have. He was mentally prepared to ask her to see if she could find out anything about him. It would be best if she could figure out what his nature was, and what kind of inhuman thing was born in the mythological era. But now the surroundings were flat, the light brown and the light blue sky were fading, and the edges were beginning to be stained with a thin layer of light gray. There was nothing to look at, not even a hammer. After their line of sight became light gray, they were the only ones left with color. They seemed to have walked into a white paper. Everything on the white paper was like the light gray left behind by a sketch, and it continued to fade from light gray to pale. He thought that in the end, everything would become dark and pure black. At least that would explain that the dark color was telling of the origin or nothingness. But he did not expect that everything in all directions was really fading until everything became pure white and lost all color. In fact, when everything was completely gray, it was considered to have lost all color. Perhaps the space here thought that gray was also a color, so it also got rid of the gray, leaving behind either pure white or pure black. But the current situation was pure white. She did not say much when their surroundings turned light gray. Now, she was so quiet that even the reassuring aura of the primordial god had disappeared. His perception told him that she felt very incredulous. Her expression was solemn. If she was on the battlefield, there would be hundreds of chaos concept bodies standing on the opposite side. In other words, it was almost the same level of situation. There, we've reached the core. After walking in silence for perhaps more than an hour, she suddenly broke the silence. It was a low voice, no longer faint. Yun Nuashing stopped in his tracks with her and raised his head. In the world that had already turned pure white and everything had disappeared, they saw it together. It was an oval-shaped crack that had been torn open in the sky and almost touched the ground. It looked like a crack that had been torn open by someone pulling left and right. It was also a pure white color. It looked like a transparent crack left behind by shattered glass. They could barely see its appearance as it cracked open. This should be the distortion of space. A part of space had collapsed. Otherwise, in this pure white place with another pale white crack, They should not have been able to recognize this thing at all. This was the deepest part of the concept manifestation space. It was the core of this space, and also the place where the essence related to him was essence. It was the place where the essence manifested. It should be so. The concept has been pierced through. She suddenly said softly. Her voice sounded a little dazed. She raised her head slightly to look at the large, oval-shaped crack. There were many cracks of different sizes spreading out from the edge of the crack. It seemed to be still there, but also seemed to be moving. It was not very clear. In this place where all color had disappeared, it was difficult to judge with just one's eyes. Yun Nuoxing's face was numb. Numb, he was already numb. Ever since he knew that he was not a human or a ghost, he had been refreshing his understanding of himself every day. Every time he would break through the bottom line. This huge rift was probably telling her, yes, actually, he has already split open. He had really F*King split open. This was a statement. Look at the huge rift hanging in the sky. His concept had already split open. If this was not a rift, then what was it? Then what's the situation now? I've split open. Yun Nuoxing pointed at the huge rift and spoke in the tone of a bystander, as if it had nothing to do with her. She took a deep breath, and her tone changed several times. Concept, manifestation space. No, actually, I'm not very clear about it either. We've never seen such a situation before. Wait a moment, I'll reassess it. After she said this, the reassuring atmosphere that had just disappeared returned to her. Yun Nuoxing thought that she was going to watch for a while, and was about to turn around to look around. She immediately said, "All right, I roughly understand what it means." "Oh, what's the situation?" "About now. I don't know how many years ago. You have been damaged by a concept-level attack. This rift is the trace left behind by that attack." Yun Nuoxing immediately felt a piercing pain in her heart. How many years ago was she stabbed? Calculating the time, it should be during the mythological era. Was it the time when he lost her and threw Xian Yin into the origin space? At that time, due to some unknown matter, he died without saying a word. This scar was probably left behind at that time, so the reason why my core is like this is because of the attack that caused the strange scar? Yun Nuoxing wiped her forehead. She seemed to understand. She shook her head. She softly denied it. That's not the case. Even if it's a concept-level attack, it's only related to that life of yours. Now that you have reincarnated, it has nothing to do with that injury. Moreover, if it's really a residual concept-level attack, we would have noticed it at a glance. It wouldn't take until now for me to come to the deepest part of your concept manifestation space to find the scar left behind by a concept-level attack. It's just an antique, a commemorative scar that followed you through reincarnation. Yun Nuoxing was speechless. No, he did not want such a thing as a commemorative. While it was normal for veterans on the battlefield to have scars, that scar. Did she not think that the scar was in a rather strange place? His internal injuries had even gone to the concept body. Just hearing about it made his heart ache. However, this thing could indeed prove that he had died in some inexplicable way back then. Something related to the power of the concept body. This must have something to do with them or the concept body of chaos. Good fellow, he had been involved with them since the mythological era, and according to what was said earlier, he was likely to have been killed by the concept body of chaos with a single slap. That would have been a very sullen death. That's not right. If it has nothing to do with the scar, what's up with this place? Yun Nuoxing scratched her head. Could it be that it looks like this? She turned to look at him. That's true. This place has always looked like this. Then, Yun Nuoxing breathed a sigh of relief when she heard that it had nothing to do with the big hole. Then, she continued to scratch her head. Then what does that mean? Didn't you say that the core should have something? Remember what I said just now? You are too deeply integrated with the initial light and cannot peel off the things that cover the concept manifestation space layer by layer. Even when you reach the core, you cannot explore your essence. That should be the case, just like how the concept manifestation space of all life would cover more concepts and cognition the closer it is to the core. However, for some reason, the core of your concept manifestation space is clean. It is the essence that has been revealed after everything has been peeled off. This time, she was silent for a minute before she spoke slowly. As you can see, paleness, nothingness, that is you, that is your essence. Everything is paleness, nothingness, and meaningless. Yun Nuashing's ears and eyes hurt. Meaning. You're talking about meaning again, meaning this thing. No, it's not meaning as you think. Life itself has no meaning. The so-called meaning is just a guide given by humans, a kind of rhetoric. The meaning I'm talking about, no, it shouldn't be meaning. The meaning here is wrong. It should be, she was dead. Yun Nuashing felt a headache coming. If it's not meaning, should I say, no concept? No. What you see before you is the essence of your concept. The paleness here is the essence of your concept. She shook her head and held her forehead with her hand. What I'm trying to say is, Yun Nuashing, don't pinch me even if you can't think of a word. It hurts. Don't tell me you're saying that I'm blank, meaningless, and something that shouldn't exist? No, existence itself is an established fact. It's meaningless to talk about it. I've also seen such paleness in the space of concept manifestation, but their entire realm is paleness. Even so, the core is still covered by concepts and cognition because those are concepts and cognition that are closely related to them. There shouldn't be such a paleness and emptiness. Even if the layers of cognition and concept are stripped away, the true essence manifested should not be so paleness. This is not a normal thing. What I'm trying to say is, Yun Nuashing was so anxious that he almost jumped up, but he still had to hold it in and enlighten her. You, don't be so agitated. Don't be anxious. Think about it slowly. I'm not the only one who has problems with the void. It must be. The void. She suddenly raised her head and gave him a shock. She murmured, the void, nothingness, the primordial. Yes, I remember what I'm going to say. Your birth has no meaning. The primordial realm did not give you meaning. Even order and chaos did not give you a definition. Like I said before, maybe you came from the primordial realm and met order first, so you were infected with order. She seemed to be in a trance for a moment. After a while, she said softly in a stable voice, You are the purest creation of the primordial realm. Chapter 1911. The birth of life in the greater Yuan realm was in itself a meaningless thing, and miracles were not. The birth of all things in the void was its own tendency, an instinct that did not need to be defined. However, no matter how powerful an instinct was, it still had to consider the environmental factors, especially the environment it created. The source of the void of order was the heavenly god of origin and the others. An environment they created tended to be stable and peaceful to a large extent. Only places with a stable environment for a long time could give birth to life. For example, in the void of chaos, it seemed that nothing was happening on the surface. But in fact, all kinds of rules and chaos order were roaming very uneasily in the dark. To put it simply, the environment of the void of chaos was unstable, and even if a piece of land was found to cover the surface of the sea, it could not hide the undercurrents at the bottom of the sea. Because of the environment, all life that was born in the void were born of order. And this was the difference between the void of order and the void of chaos. The void of chaos was a barren land where not even birds would shit, while the void of order was influenced by the heavenly god of origin, and the differentiation between the two was very instinctive. However, even if there was an extreme situation, it would not be too surprising if life was born in the void of chaos. After all, it was the void and anything could happen. Origin life was a life that was born against the rules of the void of chaos, and was the number one difficult life in the void. Asterisk, cough, cough, asterisk, they could jump around. And in this respect, chaos life and origin life were probably the same. The chaotic void does exist, but it's not like what you think. Their existence in the chaotic void is much more than what you think. They are not as rare as the origin life forms. The origin life forms are the most difficult life forms to be born in the great Yuan realm. There are not many other life forms that can be compared to them. She shook her head lightly. Yun Nuashing pointed at himself and asked, "What about me?" "You are the only existence in the quasi-void and origin derivative race. I can't judge the situation of this race. I can only use you as a special case for reference and observation. I can't talk about the whole race for the time being." "Then let's talk about something else." Yun Nuashing shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. In short, his race was just an individual for the time being, an individual that was separated from the great Yuan realm. Unless there was another fellow that was essentially the same as him, he could forget about claiming to belong to any race. Is there really life in the primal chaos void? He had been to the void of chaos once or twice. That place was a barren land among barren lands. It could be said that no contact and no outsiders were allowed to enter the place, although the life forms of order would not die immediately after they entered the place. But, well, it was just that the environment was not good. No one would want to see a huge pile of garbage in front of their house every day. Yes, that was the feeling that the void of chaos gave him. It was disgusting, but it did not mean that it would kill him immediately. She nodded slightly in response to his question. There are rare and peaceful places in the chaos void. They are located in the upper plane with the largest conceptual area in the chaos void. However, there are very few of them. They are like small villages that grow alongside oases in a vast desert. They are few in number, but they do exist. Yun Nuashing nodded, then scratched her head and said, "Is it something mentioned in your diary when you went to the chaos in the 33rd era? Did you find something strange in the chaos? It seems to have mentioned an energy source, but it also seems to have something else, something like consciousness." The light on her body trembled slightly. "You saw it." "No, didn't you leave it for me to see?" She was stunned for a while and shook her head gently, causing Yun Nuashing to be stunned for a few seconds before he heard her sigh faintly. "It was probably done by Laos or someone on purpose. When they knew that I wanted to leave something to you, Oh." Yun Nuashing turned her head and stuck out her tongue. "Well, this is a prank between siblings." She waved her hand lightly as if she was not too bothered by it. "Just as you thought, the energy source in the chaos void—" Stop, wait a minute. What is an energy source, Jing? No one said it clearly. Yun Nuashing quickly raised her hand to interrupt her. An energy source is a kind of self-gathering phenomenon born in the void. In layman's terms, an energy source is a movement caused by the birth of a quasi-void derivative. After that, it is permanently frozen in the movement of the precursor and will not continue to evolve, she explained softly. Yun Nuashing thought for a while and understood. A quasi-void derivative was basically everything in the void. However, in the context of the void, it basically referred to the second-tier things born in the void, such as the world orb or other strange things born directly from the void. So, it was something that was trying to evolve into a world orb, but the process was stuck. Was it caused by the energy of order and chaos or something? The collision of the energy of order and chaos is one of the situations that caused such a situation. The real situation should be, the void's environment is affected on a large scale, causing the environment in an area to become unstable for a short period of time. If there is a world orb or some other void derivative that was about to be born in this area, its evolution will fail due to the unstable environment. A quasi-void derivative that failed to evolve should have been devoured and destroyed by the void itself. However, perhaps it already had a stable environment or a stable rule, so its existence was judged as completed by the void, and it could not be judged as a failed product. Therefore, an energy source appeared. It could not continue to evolve and was frozen in a situation where it only had energy, rules, and order. It could not continue to evolve, but it was still connected to the void. Therefore, it became a creation that could only swallow and spit out energy. We named it the energy source. Yun Nuashing listened to the entire process of its birth and let out a long "oh." This requires a lot of coincidental opportunities. The birth of a world orb in the void only took an instant. The preparation might take a little time, but it basically did not take too long. The longest was a day, and the shortest was a minute or two of preparation. To make the environment tremble like a tablecloth when the world orb had evolved for a short distance in such a short period of time. It was a little difficult. No wonder this thing was so rare. Seeing his expression of realization, she continued, the birth of energy sources in the void of chaos is not much different from this. However, the void of chaos itself tends to be unstable on a large scale. Such an environment makes it easy for energy sources to be born, and they are frequently born around the oasis. Therefore, based on the number of energy sources found, we can determine the size of the oasis found in the void of chaos. After passing through the frequent energy sources, we will find the cradle of life in the void of chaos. Chaotic life. You want to ask about their characteristics? She opened her mouth and saw him slowly nodding his head before she continued, opposed to order, innately opposed to them, just like them. However, we did not inherit too much of their characteristics, just like how the life forms in the void of order did not inherit everything from us. We only evolved the void of order into its shape and did not let our characteristics cover the void of this place. The life forms born in the void are just life forms born in the void. We are the same as them. They might not have thought that there would be life forms in the void of chaos, but even if they knew, they would not pay attention to it. That's one of the things I wanted to ask, but I'd like to say that I've never seen such a thing. I'll be more specific. I've never seen any chaos life forms in the order void. You see, the environment of the void of chaos isn't friendly to us, but order life forms could wander there, but chaos life forms. Apart from chaos concept forms, I don't think I've seen any other type of life forms wandering in the order void, Yun Nuashing said. That's because chaos beings cannot leave the chaotic void. She said softly, the unique environment of the chaotic void created a unique life form like them. They themselves are the greatest shackles and limitations. They cannot live in an environment without chaotic order. Unlike order beings who have adaptability, they do not have such characteristics and can only live in the chaotic void. They could not even get close to the most turbulent areas of the chaotic void. Activities that originated from the chaotic void would also erase them. Yun Nuashing thought for a while. She had a feeling that those chaos beings lived in places where storms raged. Yes, just like that dilapidated land where there were storm clouds all around, the chaos beings lived in the calm zone where the eye of the storm was the eye of the storm. The storms in all directions were their own kind and also a threat, a cradle, and a limitation for them. As she spoke, she felt that it was the chaos version of the order beings. Order and chaos were opposites, and their characteristics were similar. Both sides could be killed by the forces they belonged to. Order killed order. Chaos killed chaos. See, it was very appropriate. It was just that one side followed order, and the other side followed chaos, and the latter could not jump out of the chaotic environment. Even the chaotic void could give birth to life. So how could he be born that did not belong to order or chaos? This was a little unsure of what to say. The grand primordial realm had clearly divided the two sides, but he had to stand in the middle and be a nobody. I'm just a little conflicted, Yun Nuashing murmured. She caught a flicker of light from the corner of her eyes and turned her head. She turned her head and looked at him. Her body was flickering with light, as if she was curious about what he was conflicted about. She then muttered, I said, I was born without order, neither order nor chaos. It just feels weird. She suddenly said, no, it's not just that. It's not just that there's no order. It's that there's nothing. Nothing exists. You don't have any self-awareness, because in the beginning, you didn't recognize everything that existed in the void and the grand primordial realm. You didn't even know what you were. I guess I've been forgotten by the grand primordial realm. She immediately turned her head and looked at the pale space beside her for a while. Then she said, "Maybe it's because the commotion of your birth was too small, so you weren't noticed." Yun Nuashing. She suddenly sped up her speech, as if she was trying to change the topic. But there's one thing that's very strange. Everything in the world, no matter what kind of strange life form it is, has its own self-awareness when it's born. It's normal if it's a little late to learn about it. The life form of the origin knows what it's born from, whether it's the consciousness, the soul, or the senses that it's born from will tell it. The yearning life form that was mentioned not long ago was born from thoughts, and it already knew what it was before it was formed. It's the same for other life forms that originated from the void, from the rules, and from the void. Only you. In your origin, there's no concept that can be used to determine what you are. This is also the main reason why you haven't been able to determine what you are for such a long time. Yun Nuashing was speechless. Sure enough, he couldn't figure out what he didn't know no matter how hard he tried, because this was a blind spot in his knowledge. He didn't know anything at all. No matter how hard he tried to trace back to the origin, he couldn't discover his real existence. In the end, he still had to rely on them for this matter. They knew a lot more things than he did. However, even they could only determine that he was a strange thing that originated from the origin. At present, his identity was still unknown, and there was no definite explanation. After all, he might be the only strange thing in the entire grand primordial realm. If he could, he really didn't want this special honor. They stood in this pale space. To him, this place was filled with things that he couldn't understand. He tried very hard to figure it out, but, well, his realm was not enough. Everything here was incomprehensible to him. She, on the other hand, was looking around very seriously. This was the reason why they didn't rush out. After all, there was still an hour left. Her main focus was on the big hole, although it didn't matter if she judged it or not. Yes, Yun Nuashing felt that there was no need to judge it. Since he existed in the previous era and had never seen them, it didn't need to be said who left this scar. It doesn't seem to be just the energy of chaos. And Yun Nuashing was stunned for a while. She turned her neck and made a strange sound. "Can you explain it clearly?" She looked at him for a while and said softly, "This scar has been there for a long time. It has solidified with your passing at that time. There are still some things left behind when it was formed." It was a completely white scene. Yun Nuashing said that he couldn't see anything left on it. He could only continue to look at her with a numb and stupefied expression. He listened to her slowly saying, "Other than the energy of the chaos concept body, it seems that our energy is still there." Yun Nuashing immediately let go, but he didn't succeed. He struggled for a while, but was still held by her. But this did not stop him from pulling an arm's length away. He quickly leaned back and put his other hand in front of his face as a block. "I really did beat all of you at that time. And you can't wait to kill me, right? Theoretically speaking, it's impossible." She shook her head. "Whether it's in theory or in reality, such a situation doesn't exist. You still remember what you said before. We have never met in the new era, even if the time is shifted to the era of chaos. We're just talking through time. You're just talking to some relics that can talk." She admitted it. Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes. "I know what's going on. I remember all the conditions that you mentioned, but isn't this an unexpected situation has happened? Look at this scar that tells the history. It's really unbearable to look back on the past. It's fine if I was crushed to death by the chaos concept body. But if the truth is that you and the chaos concept body crushed me to death together, I will resign immediately. I won't work for the people who killed me. I won't do it. Let go of me. Let go. I'll leave. Calm down. From our standpoint, we won't attack the life of order for no reason. I've already said that I might have been a dead man at that time. It's a matter of standpoint, you know. I might have flirted with both of you once and then got crushed by you. Ouch. She reached out and knocked on his head. Seeing that he had calmed down, she whispered, "Have you calmed down?" Nuashing pouted and muttered, "I'm just going crazy." She looked at him for a while and made sure that he was not going crazy. Then she slowly responded, "What happened at that time is a mystery to us. We definitely didn't meet. This is the only thing we can be sure of. So if your scar has traces of both of us at the same time, it can only be because you were involved in the battle between us and them, and so killing me, ouch. Wait for me to finish." She sighed. "What I'm saying is just a simple statement. In truth, we have ensured the safety of the worlds of order during our battles. Furthermore, under our deliberate control, it is impossible for any life form of order to die by our hands on the battlefield between order and chaos. Our indiscriminate attacks have the ability to distinguish between order and chaos, so we have intentionally avoided the life forms of order. If not for that, as long as we exist, no life form of order would be able to survive. You are the only one who hasn't had the time to add the ability to distinguish between order and order to the life forms of order that you are leading. Yun Nuashing." This, he was sweating profusely. "I'm already prepared. Yes, I'm already prepared. This won't happen the next time we fight. It's the first time you try it. It's worth being vigilant and prone to accidents. I suggest you go out and test it a few times before using it as a whole." Yun Nuashing. That seems to be the case." She saw that he was speechless and changed the topic. "Let's get back to the original topic. Looking at the entire battlefield between order and chaos, it is impossible for you to die at the hands of both of us and chaos at the same time. So, there is only one reason why you would be tainted by our energy. That is to say, the chaos concept body still managed to finish them off even when we were shielding them with our domains. Such a situation did happen in the 37th and 38th eras, and the entire battlefield could have been overrun even if it was under our protection at all times. It's very normal, and you might have..." Nuashing lowered his head and mumbled, "You're not saying that just to scare me into going back to fight? There's no need. It's fine even if you declare that you will no longer participate in the war between order and chaos in this era. This war is just as you said. Fight if you can, retreat if you can't. No one has to fight to the death. There is no such thing as duty or obligation in this war. The only thing that can bind you is the reason that this matter is related to this person." That's right. To put it bluntly, it was a matter of life and death. Why don't you come up and help? Don't complain if the enemy is reduced to ashes when they arrive at your doorstep, because there's nothing you can do about it. That's what he said back then. Nuashing stuck out her tongue. He was being shameless, and so was she. Both of them were shameless to each other, and they would pretend that nothing had happened. He knew that he would not give up, and she also knew that he would not give up just like that. Both of them had a tacit understanding. This stupid thing had already developed to this extent. If he said that he was going to give up in the next second, none of the people around him would believe it. The main thing was that he himself could not find a reason to give up just like that. For this reason to be valid, it would have to be attacked from the core, the source. If he did not destroy the obsession that he had persisted for 5 eras, he would not be able to talk about giving up. "Let's go back." She pulled him forcefully and walked forward slowly. "There's no more useful information here." Yun Nuashing tried his best to walk side by side with her. He sighed. "I know how I died back then," found a valid explanation, and confirmed what I might be. "But after everything is over, I still don't know what I am. Quasi-void and primordial derivative." "To be precise, I'm a primordial derivative," she replied softly. That's not what I'm talking about." Yun Nuashing scratched his head. "I'm talking about something specific. You see, quasi-void and primordial derivative sounds like a very vague description. You just said that it's something like a race, right? I want to know what I am specifically." She suddenly asked, There are hundreds of millions of such void derivatives. Can you accurately name all of them? I'm sure. I can't. Yun Nuashing grimaced. There were countless things in the void. Who knew how many he could name? Whether or not he could recognize all of them was a problem. In such a situation, the primordial derivative, you, is a special case among special cases. You're not an experiment, and you don't exist in anyone's knowledge. Since that's the case, the first life form to discover you can name you. No, what I mean is... Yun Nuashing coughed dryly. You see, quasi-void derivatives have all kinds of things, right? They're either life forms or objects. However, they're all quasi-void derivatives. In other words, they're all creations of the void. Then, I'm a creation of the primordial derivative. Is my original form a life form, or am I transformed from an object? You idiot, Yun Nuashing. I just said that to you. Nothing exists. You don't know anything. You don't know anything. You don't know anything. So in the beginning, you... She turned her head. You're an amorphous, unidentified object, a blurry cloud. You're in a state of chaos. You don't have an accurate appearance. Yun Nuashing. Everything. So, she's saying that I'm nothing. He wanted to continue nagging, but as she pulled him forward, his eyes were suddenly covered by a bright light. The blinding light forced him to squint. Even if he forced his eyes open, he could only see a white light that filled his eyes. Only the tight feeling in his hands was real. He felt like he was wrapped in a bubble made of light. He was not walking forward. Instead, he was floating up bit by bit. He could feel the sunlight, and he seemed to see the sparkling surface of the sea. Wake up. The process of waking up gave him a different feeling every time. Sometimes he felt like he was walking toward a dazzling light, as if he had passed through a layer of light film. Most of the time, he felt like he was floating from the bottom of the sea. His body was light, but without exception, he could often see the dazzling light coming toward him. It was as if walking toward the light was the unified process of waking up. When he opened his eyes, the light was dim again. It was a wall engraved with complicated runes and marks. It seemed like she was still lying in the sanctuary of creation. As soon as he turned his head, he saw her sitting next to him and looking at him with a blank expression. She nodded at him. You're awake. There are still 12 minutes before the concept manifestation space collapses. It's a safe range. There's no need to worry. I'm not too worried. What are you doing? Yun Nuashing sat up from the bed and saw the young man and the girl huddled together and muttering something. They were holding something in their hands, as if they were taking notes. The young man waved the small notebook in his hand. Taking notes of observation and investigation, writing a medical record for the patient. Yun Nuashing was speechless. By the way, I would like to record this down. Congratulations to the Order Void for welcoming 10,000. I don't know, more than 100,000 races. They are named quasi-void and primordial derivatives. Currently, the members of the race are as follows. 1. Suggests that they be listed as endangered species and be observed closely. Also, urge them to give birth to 2 children to increase the population of their race. Don't get too excited. I spent the entire morning writing this report. Looking at the young man running away with a sinister smile, Yun Nuashing looked at her speechlessly. You should take care of them. I don't think there's much difference. She nodded slightly. Yun Nuashing was speechless. Forget it. I don't want to talk to these guys anymore. I'd better see what the core of the world and the core of order have done to my body.